The Royal Commission has now resumed. Please be seated.
Good morning, team. Good morning, Ms Hogan-Doran.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners.
Please proceed.
Commissioners, the states and territories have primary responsibility for emergency management in the Australian Federation. In these coming weeks, we will look to their coordination with each other, with federal agencies and with industry. In so doing, we will have regard to terms of reference A, B, C and F of your letters patent. As with last week's opening address, during today's remarks, I will describe this week's hearings for about 30 minutes. This general overview is intended to guide parties with leave to appear and to assist you, Commissioners, in your consideration of relevant issues. Shorter overviews will be given at the beginning of each hearing day to further frame the issues for consideration. The 2019-2020 Bushfire History Project is an initiative of this Royal Commission. It is an opportunity for people to record their personal experience and share photographs and videos taken during the 2019-2020 bushfires or the ongoing recovery. The material received will form part of the official records of this Royal Commission. People are still welcome to contribute to the project. During the course of my remarks today, I will pause so that we can view a PowerPoint presentation that shares photographs contributed by members of the community as part of the project. These will serve as a timely reminder of why we are here. Viewers are warned that some photographs may be distressing. This third week of hearings in Hearing Block 2 will explore in further detail specific issues raised by local governments in our hearings last week. We will also commence a more detailed examination of the states and territories' emergency response. Broadly, we will divide the hearing days as follows. On day one today, we will hear directly from members of the community who will recount their lived experiences of the 2019-2020 bushfires and the impact those experiences have had on their lives. We will also canvass arrangements for greater cross-border cooperation in the context of natural disasters. On day two, we will focus on two main themes. First, we will canvass the use and effectiveness of modern tools and technology to communicate emergency warnings and other vital information to the public. Second, we will examine the impact of road closures and the extent national coordination might be needed to manage traffic and evacuations during and after a natural disaster. On day three, we will canvass essential infrastructure and the maintenance and restoration of essential services needed by the community and first responders. And on day four, we will canvass the importance of volunteer responders and hear directly from firefighters who were on the ground during the 2019-2020 bushfires. These hearing days will provide a foundation for next week when we expect to canvass issues of particular significance to the governance and accountability of state and territory arrangements for preparedness for, response to and recovery from natural disasters. We will collect perspectives from former fire chiefs and emergency services commissioners, as well as the current Inspectors General of Emergency Management from Queensland and Victoria. We also expect to investigate the adequacy of building codes and land management arrangements, as well as recovery governance frameworks. In following hearings, we will focus on coordination and accountability arrangements across our federation, including an examination of critical decision-making in the context of natural disasters of national significance. I will now provide some more detail about the topics and witnesses selected for this week's hearings. Day one is insights into the lived experience. Commissioners, in the hearing today, you will hear from members of the public who lived through the 2019-2020 bushfires, and you will receive further accounts of the destruction of homes and livelihoods, power and communication failures, roadblocks and evacuation challenges, challenges with disseminating information to communities, and the dedication of communities to getting back on their feet. You will hear directly from Adam Weinert from Lobethal in South Australia and Mary Hoodless from Jingellic on the New South Wales-Victorian border. You will also receive evidence from another two witnesses with personal experience of the relief and recovery efforts in Mallacoota and East Gippsland, Victoria. You'll receive the video testimony of Brian Winderbank and a detailed witness statement from Louise Irving. This afternoon, you will receive evidence from the New South Wales and Victorian Cross-Border Commissioners about their unique roles. In neither Victoria nor New South Wales is the Cross-Border Commissioner a statutory office. Instead, each is an executive officer within a government department focused primarily on regional development. These are largely advocacy or facilitator roles. But relevantly for your inquiries, Commissioners, this has extended to our role in assisting the resolution of issues experienced in border communities during and in the aftermath of the recent bushfires. As you heard last week from numerous local councils, cross-border communities face unique challenges and many cross-border anomalies. In the context of natural disasters, this includes managing the differences between jurisdictions on issues such as the emergency warning systems, road closures, and the ability to share health and other relief and evacuation services across borders. There are a range of ministerial and agency-level cross-border and interjurisdictional arrangements in place on a wide range of issues, although there is an issue as to the extent that they do and should deal with issues in emergency management. You will hear about the 2016 Memorandum of Understanding for Regional Collaboration between the New South Wales and ACT governments, the cross-border Memorandum of Understanding currently being negotiated between New South Wales and Victoria, and the cross-border agreements in development between Victoria and South Australia. The longer-standing arrangements between New South Wales and Queensland, which lapsed in 2019, are also understood to be under review. The position of cross-border arrangements in the context of natural disasters will also be pursued in later hearing weeks. Tomorrow, we will turn to emergency warnings and messaging. Numerous submissions have been made to this Royal Commission commenting on the information received during the 2019-2020 bushfires. Some were positive about information provided. Through emergency warnings, apps or through television and radio coverage, they kept members of the community situationally aware during power and phone outages. But submissions also expressed frustration due to the difficulty, inaccuracy, irrelevance or timeliness of some emergency warnings and information. Some submissions have suggested that greater national coordination would mean clearer and quicker release of emergency advice, such as through a national emergency communication plan. On day 2, we will commence with evidence about the Victorian Vic Emergency and the New South Wales Fires Near Me emergency warning mobile applications. These apps assist in informing the public about fire risks. Unlike the New South Wales app, which is limited to fire information, the Vic Emergency app provides a centralised source of information to the public on an all hazards basis. Both apps are designed to be used in conjunction with the relevant services website. In subsequent hearings, we expect to hear from other organisations that provide other technology for communicating hazard information and emergency warnings. We note that other states and territories have emergency warning mobile applications. For example, South Australia has Alert SA and Tasmania has TasFires. Both apps provide information in relation to bushfires in that state only. However, we have chosen to highlight the New South Wales and Victorian apps because of their use by cross-border communities during the 2019-2020 bushfire emergencies. On day 2, you will also hear evidence from the national broadcaster, the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, as we canvass its emergency broadcasting role in regional and local natural disasters. One community member described the ABC as a lifeline during the crisis, saying that the ABC was a trusted source of information. Their role as the nation's emergency broadcaster was never more important. They provided timely, critical information for potential life and death decisions, when to evacuate, when to shelter in place. In an early submission to the Royal Commission, the ABC highlighted its important role in communicating warnings and alerts through radio, television and digital media. The ABC said it commissioned independent research, which found that just over half the audience relied on the ABC as their main source of fire-related information. 1 in 4 acted on information from the ABC in some way to ensure their personal safety or the safety of others. And 73% acted on ABC information as a result of hearing an emergency broadcast or related ABC content. The ABC also said the immense workload had had a significant impact on its operating costs. although we understand the evidence will confirm that the ABC has no intention of pulling back from its emergency broadcasting role. On the other hand, not all submissions were positive about the ABC's coverage, some criticising the blanket nature of some coverage and ABC emergency messages lacking local relevance. From the submission by the Community Broadcasting Association of Australia and other community members, commissioners, you would be aware of the important role that community radio stations play. These can be certified as official emergency broadcasters to run formal emergency broadcasting services. Such, we are told, as in regions where the ABC and other broadcasters do not reach or cannot offer the hyper-localised knowledge that community services can. In calling the ABC during this hearing week, we do so in order to explore the difficulties the ABC tells us it faces in the delivery of timely and accurate emergency communications across the states and territories. In particular, the inconsistent approach to fire danger ratings and fire warnings, differing maps of fire zones in adjacent border areas, inconsistent evacuation information, issues with incident naming conventions and the common alert protocols, different approaches to cyclone messaging and flood preparation advice, as well as broader issues in the ABC's delivery of emergency incident coverage, including media accreditation and access to incidents and emergency control centres. We'll now go to the first segment of extracts from the 2019-2020 Bushfire History Project. On day 2, we will continue with essential infrastructure. Last week, we heard about the significant challenges local governments faced due to road closures during the 2019-2020 bushfires. Commissioners, you'll recall that Mr Peter Fitchett, the Chief Executive Officer of the Shire of Dundas in WA, on the Western and South Australian borders, told you 12 days was the physical road closure, but there were days that partial traffic could, so that on 12 days there was no movement at all, but there were days that we managed to watch weather conditions, wind directions, that they did manage to move people through. Mr Matthew Hyde, Chief Executive Officer of the Snowy Valleys Council in New South Wales, told you that during the event I went to a communications session in Jingellic, which would normally take me 2 hours to drive to. I had to actually go out and into Victoria and back in, which took me 6 hours driving to get to that location. Mr John MacArthur, the Manager of Waste and Emergency Management from the Adelaide Hills in South Australia, told you that one of the biggest issues we had was trees and falling vegetation, as well as just either blocking the road when it falls or still in place. It represents the hazard of falling, and we had to rely on and commit quite a lot of resources to making that safe and clear out our roads. Mr Warren Sharp, Director of Infrastructure Services at Eurobodalla Shire Council in New South Wales, told you that 490 kilometres of local roads inside the bushfire-affected area were closed and 18 timber bridges were fire-affected or destroyed. Mr Stuart McConnell, of the General Manager of Bushfire Recovery at East Gippsland Shire Council in Victoria, told you that there were significant impacts in terms of isolation for long periods of time for some communities as a result of road closures and similar impacts. Mr Peter Bascom, Chief Executive Officer of Snowy Monaro Regional Council in New South Wales, told you that the Monaro Highway was a critical route for people coming from the south coast, more than our own residents, but nevertheless that proved problematic when they wanted to evacuate the south coast. And Mr Matthew Hyde, the Chief Executive Officer of Snowy Valleys Council in New South Wales, told you that at one stage the Tumbarumba community was informed that the road was open and they were able to return to Tumbarumba, and a lot of them left the evacuation centre. We had 1,710 people registered in evacuation centres, and they were advised they could go back and found a roadblock on the way, that they couldn't return to their communities, and then they had to return back to the evacuation centre. Submissions from the community have similarly raised issues concerning roads, in particular confusion in light of communication about road closures, suggesting further hazard reduction for vegetation along roads, and interruptions to communities and industry due to road closures, whether economic or evacuation challenges. In relation to hazard reduction for vegetation along roads, the Commission has received a number of submissions that suggest that there has been inadequate hazard reduction around roads and road maintenance. Submissions also emphasise that roads can play an important role as fire breaks and are crucial for access for firefighting. The Commission received evidence last week from local governments in relation to their role in roadside clearing and maintenance. A number of photographs provided to the Commission as part of the Bushfire History Project, which I'll show you in a moment, show fires on the roadside and the aftermath. The Commission has heard concerns from the community in relation to road closures and road debris inhibiting or preventing evacuation, including from the Maloney's Beach Residents Association, the Yalunga Reserve Committee in Minyana, the Rosedale Association, the Conjola Community Recovery Association. We've been shown photographs from the Conjola Community Recovery Association that shows traffic evacuating Lake Conjola and that it took some 5 to 6 hours to travel just 6 kilometres. Community concerns in relation to the vulnerability of communities where there is one way in and one way out were reflected in the submissions of local brigades and the information provided by local government. Concerns have also been raised as to the length of time taken for the roads to reopen. In evidence last week, local governments referred to the significant volume of compromised road trees and the magnitude of the task of reopening the roads, as well as the scale and effort of the collaborative effort to reopen roads, which needed to be assisted in some instances by the ADF. The impact of road closures on business and the farming community was also emphasised in submissions. Clarence Valley Food stated that road closures for long periods prevented fodder being brought in or cattle being brought out. And the Kangaroo Valley Community Bushfire Committee referred to the impact on business and tourism of prolonged road closures. On day 2, we will hear evidence from trucking and transport associations about the impact on their industry. We will also hear evidence from state and territory government agencies responsible for transportation to understand their roles and responsibilities, the extent they considered risk and coordinated with other agencies, whether within or outside their state or territory. And in relation to the communication of road closure information, we note that submissions have indicated that the digital live traffic information was useful but had its limitations. Ms Janet Stein has indicated it was difficult to find information on the status of local road closures, noting that the Live Traffic app only contained main road closures. The Long Beach Community Association indicated that the Live Traffic website was useful but slow to update when up-to-the-minute information was needed for evacuations. And Transportation Associates indicated that the Live Traffic apps were invaluable, provided, of course, you had a charged phone and a signal. On day 2, you will also hear evidence from the trucking and transport associations in relation to the difficulties faced in the absence of a national road closure alert system. From the state and territory government agencies, we expect to hear evidence of limitations in the communication of road closure information during the 2019-2020 bushfire season, in particular at state and territory borders and in mobile phone device applications. Although day 2 will focus mainly on roads and transport issues, we will also acknowledge that other forms of public infrastructure can be significantly impacted by natural disasters, in particular securing a safe drinking water supply. Last week you heard about some efforts by Kangaroo Island Council in South Australia to protect and conserve water resources across the island during the drought and bushfires, including state government proposals for a desalination plant to address long-term water security. I will tender a document known as the Bushfire Management National Good Practice Operational Guidelines for the Australian water industry, which was released last month by the Water Services Association of Australia in conjunction with the Commonwealth Department of Home Affairs, which is intended to improve the resilience of the Australian water sector. The report noted that the devastating fires in Australia over the 2019-2020 period highlighted the need for the water industry to have practical guidance ready at hand for the management of drinking water supplies during such events. As these guidelines note, the impact of bushfires on drinking water catchments can compromise water quality both in the short term and in the long term, for months to years afterwards by causing a change in the water balance and catchment landscape. The guidelines outline some of the potential negative impacts of bushfires on water quality and provide practical tips, checklists and guidance to planning and operational staff within water utilities so that they can plan, respond and recover from a bushfire emergency. Commissioners, the guidelines also include a number of useful case studies from water utilities around Australia. We'll now pause for the second segment of the Bushfire History Project. Commissioners, on day 3, we will explore the resilience and restoration of essential services, in particular power and telecommunications. Many in the community express their frustration with interruptions and loss of service from fixed line telephones, mobile phone service and loss of power, and the length of time these services remained unavailable. This was a concern raised not only by individuals, but by community groups from Bermagui, East Gippsland and Cranbach and many others. And you will recall from evidence from the local government representatives to similar effect in last week's hearings. You recall that Adelaide Hills Council argued in its submission, mobile telephone towers typically come with 4-hour backup batteries. It caused distress for people within the affected area when telecommunications went down, as they were unable to communicate with family and friends. As power supplies are routinely disrupted during natural disasters, either in a planned or unplanned manner, clearly 4 hours of backup battery supply is insufficient for mobile phone towers in higher risk locations. And Clarence Valley Council argued in other communities where towers were available due to the loss of batteries went flat within hours, meaning highly impacted communities trapped behind fire fronts had no communications as landlines were also burnt. The resilience of mobile towers, firstly protecting them from fire fronts and then having battery backup for at least a week, is needed. Commissioners, on day 3 you will hear evidence from representatives of NBN Co, Telstra, Optus, Vodafone, Essential Energy, Endeavour Energy, AusNet and Transgrid about their efforts to restore services as marked against community expectations and any applicable service standards, the barriers to restoring services quickly in all circumstances, and their experiences coordinating with each other and government during the 2019-20 bushfires. Commissioners, you may recall that the Australian Communications and Media Authority, the Australian government regulator, has recently completed a review of the 2019-2020 bushfires on the telecommunications network in order to identify the impact extent. The review found that 51% of the facilities impacted experienced outages of 4 hours or more during the review period, while 26% experienced outages of less than 4 hours. The remaining 23% of facilities were impacted but did not experience any outages. The ACMA review found that temporary restoration action was taken in only 36% of all outage incidents reviewed, although noting that by the end of the review period, which was the end of January 2020, 96% of all facilities that had experienced outages had been permanently restored. There were some positive accounts in the submissions of quick restoration of services by electricity providers, such as by Essential Energy in the Eurobodalla Shire and AusNet in Mallacoota, as well as by telecommunications network infrastructure providers, such as by the deployment of NBN's mobile muster truck to the Lake Conjola Community Centre to provide the local recovery team and community with internet access via their Sky Muster satellite service. We will inquire as to the extent that this and other types of backup or temporary arrangements, such as the so-called COWS, cells on wheels, and SAT-COWS, satellite cells on wheels, can be pre-positioned and deployed. Many of the service firefighters in the community depend upon services which are now delivered via mobile systems. This includes critical communication between teams in the field and between fire management and brigades. It also includes systems upon which volunteers and their families depend. There were concerns expressed, including by firefighters themselves, that the absence of a reliable communication network hindered the firefighting response. In particular, the lack of mobile phone coverage, colloquially because of black spots in some regions. Submissions argued for increased measures to support community resilience by eliminating mobile black spots and finding alternative technologies that are more effective and practical in mountainous and more remote areas, such as satellite phones. Essential service providers have said they understand the public's expectation for quick restoration, but respond that restoring services can take time, arguing temporary restoration actions are possible and were taken. One energy provider noted that it is not part of the current regulatory framework to require providers to deploy appropriate solutions to power outages quickly or at scale during a disaster response. They note that there would need to be a more formal arrangement as to what resilience energy providers are responsible to provide for supply continuity of critical infrastructure. A key challenge faced by providers to restore essential services quickly was coordination with emergency services, including gaps in the operational coordination of emergency services, and understanding when providers could approach the rapidly changing fire front safely to remedy services. The Australian Communications Consumer Action Network has expressed concerns that telecommunications providers and NBN Co are not sufficiently involved in emergency preparation and response, and have recommended a review of existing bushfire preparation and emergency management plans to this end. While some telecommunication operators have a presence in the state emergency management centres, Vodafone does not. The upshot is that some centres do not have complete visibility or a cohesive picture of the operational difficulties caused by the event and the impact that these may have on the delivery of telecommunications services, some of which are critical to managing the event. Telecommunications operators also expressed concern that they did not have near real-time access to detailed information about mains power supply and management, and key information such as when power would be restored to specific sites, the operational status of parts of the electricity grid, and plans by electricity providers to preemptively de-energise sections of the grid. There has also emerged an acknowledgement by some telecommunications and power companies, albeit in various ways, that they need to communicate better with each other, with an emphasis on a need to improve communications protocols and the flow of key information. The peak industry bodies Communications Alliance and Energy Networks Australia report that they are working together to improve coordination, although how straightforward that process will be appears an open question. Essential Energy suggests the establishment of a coordinating authority, incorporating a more formal process of communication and greater clarity around the roles and responsibilities of different agencies. Next, Commissioners, you will recall submissions from individual brigades and firefighters, emergency services and the community suggesting that interoperable communication is key for first responders during a natural disaster, including the 2019-2020 bushfires. The Police Federation of Australia noted in its submission that for many years, public safety agencies, including police, fire and emergency services, have been calling for the introduction of a national public safety mobile broadband capability, or Spectrum. For public safety agencies, effective communications are not just another business input, it is a critical input. The Productivity Commission has observed that delivering a public sector mobile broadband, PSMB, capability is complex and involves using scarce and valuable resources, such as radio communication spectrum, to further the public interest. During day 3, you will hear evidence about the extent that Australia's first responders have access to interoperable communication equipment that is effective. You will also hear from the New South Wales Telco Authority and the Victorian Emergency Services Telecommunications Authority about their role in emergency management coordination and regulation. In the afternoon of day 3, we will return to the energy industry. First, you will hear evidence from Dr. Jill Caney, OBE, from the Energy Networks Australia, in relation to the development of standalone power systems, also called micro-power grids. Endeavour Energy, Essential Energy and Transgrid from New South Wales and AusNet from Victoria will also address issues such as their preparedness measures, bushfire risk management plans and emergency communications. We will also tender 12 written responses to compulsory notices to give information, which have been received from Ausgrid, Electronet, Energex, Ergon Energy, Evo Energy, Horizon Power, Powercore Australia, Powerlink, SA Power Networks, Tas Networks, Western Power and Power and Water Corporation. We'll now see the next segment from the Bushfire History Project. Finally, Commissioners, on day 4 we will turn to volunteers and the brigades. Hearing from everyone, in particular all firefighters or emergency services personnel, is not possible. Yet praise for their contribution to the response effort was almost universal. For example, firefighters, both paid and volunteers, have contributed a Herculean effort to protect life and property this season. Again, we all owe these people a debt of gratitude for their service, it's been said. Long experience suggests that the heart of the response to natural disaster is the loyal band of volunteers who exemplify what we mean by community spirit. Some might say it is truly the Australian spirit. Volunteers give their time selflessly, aware that it could be they themselves in need of help next time. They are acknowledged by many as Australia's local heroes, and submissions exhort that Australia owes them a debt of gratitude. In Australia, volunteer firefighters comprise approximately 250,000 personnel, of which career or paid firefighters comprise only approximately 15,000. Career or paid firefighters are sometimes referred to as professionals, but this is a misnomer in the sense that all firefighters, career and volunteer, may be regarded as professional. On 19 June 2020, the Royal Commission published an issues paper, Firefighting in Emergency Services Personnel and Equipment. This responded to the extensive public submissions received by the Royal Commission through its earlier call for feedback, which included 31 submissions from current or former captains of brigades, 106 submissions from firefighters, associations and peak bodies, and another 10 submissions from fire brigades. As at this morning, the Royal Commission has now also received 40 submissions in response to our more recent detailed issues paper. Thousands of firefighters and emergency service personnel worked tirelessly over the 2019-2020 bushfire season, showing great dedication and professionalism. They saved lives, homes and natural environments. They faced tough conditions and endured often long periods away from their jobs and families. Tragically, some lost their lives, and others lost their homes while protecting their own community. You will recall submissions from the community that appreciated the value and commitment of firefighters, whether volunteers or paid, who were concerned about the sustainability of relying on volunteer firefighters in light of the more severe and frequent bushfires, and acknowledging the sacrifices that volunteers make and the need to recognise those sacrifices in some way. You will hear evidence from volunteering firefighting associations about the type of recognition volunteers want, the general trend in volunteer numbers, volunteer training and balancing other life commitments, and challenges to intrastate and interstate deployments, including those arising from the lack of interoperability of equipment. We will also hear evidence from volunteers from local brigades about the similar issues they faced, how they were overwhelmed by the 2019-2020 bushfires but never gave up, and the importance of local knowledge in combating fires. Finally, Commissioners, above all, you will hear from many volunteer firefighters that what they really want is respect. Respect for their experience, knowledge, opinions and professionalism. We'll now see the final segment from the Bushfire History Project.
Thank you, Ms Hogan-Doran. That's a good lead-in for the week. There is much more that we need to investigate as a part of the Commission, and this week will be quite telling as we talk with many witnesses.
That's all from me this morning, Chair. Mr Glover will take the first set of witnesses.
Okay, and I think we're looking at 11:15 for that, is it?
We are, Chair.
Okay, let's take a break until 11:15. So we'll take an adjournment until 11:15. Thank you.
All right. The Royal Commission has adjourned until 11:15.
You are now unmuted.
I'm good to go.
Okay. The Royal Commission has now resumed. Please be seated.
Mr. Glover, do you have the con?
Thank you, Chair. I do. As you know, Commissioners, this Royal Commission has received a significant number of submissions from members of the public about the devastating effects of natural disasters on the homes, livelihoods and local communities. Understandably, the majority relate to the 2019-2020 bushfires. In this session, you will hear from two community witnesses, Mary Hoodless from Jinjallik in New South Wales, and we saw some pictures from Jinjallik from the Bushfire History Project earlier today, and Adam Wynett from Lobethal in South Australia, who you may recall also featured in Senior Counsel Assisting's opening submission during the ceremonial sitting. Ms Hoodless and Mr Wynett will be giving their evidence concurrently. Before I call those witnesses, I propose to tender the relevant documents. I tender documents 13.1.1 through 13.4.1 in the tender list, as notified to the parties with leave to appear. Documents 13.1.1 and 13.1.2 relate to Mr Wynett, which are documents behind tab B of the Commissioner's bundle for today. Documents 13.2.1 and 13.2.3 relate to Ms Hoodless, which are documents behind tab C of the Commissioner's bundle. Apart from the documents relating to Ms Hoodless and Mr Wynett, the tender bundle also includes material relating to two other community witnesses. Documents 13.3.1 and 13.3.2 relate to Mr Brian Windebank, who is from Narre Warren in Melbourne in Victoria, which documents are behind tab D of the Commissioner's bundle. Document 13.4.1 is a statement of Louise Irving from Mallacoota, which is behind tab E of the Commissioner's bundle. Mr Windebank was holidaying with his wife at Mallacoota when the bushfire struck that town. He and his wife were airlifted from Mallacoota by the Royal Australian Air Force to the Royal Australian Air Force Base at East Sale. Commissioners, you may recall that footage of that base and operations conducted from there was played during Hearing Block 1 on the 3rd of June 2020. You will hear his evidence at the conclusion of Ms Hoodless and Mr Wynett's evidence. Miss Louise Irving has always lived in Mallacoota. She and her family spent days in the last weeks of December preparing their property for fire, following advice from the Country Fire Authority's bushfire leaflet. Two text messages on 30 December 2019 from Fire Forest Management Victoria indicated to Ms Irving that she and her family needed to evacuate from their home. In the afternoon of 30 December 2019, Louise's family of three evacuated to the beach, on which they remained through the night and into the next day as the fire front impacted the town. They spent that first evening on the beach digging a shelter to prepare for the fire front. They were carrying an emergency kit containing drinking water and food, spare clothes, solar lanterns, woolen blankets, a shovel, smoke masks, goggles, and important documents. Her family were on the beach for 22 hours from the evening of 30 December to the late afternoon of 31 December. They sheltered in a sand dugout using woolen blankets to protect them from the wind and the sand. The dugout was essential for protection. The early warning timing of the Victorian emergency messaging was essential, in Miss Irving's view, for them to prepare this dugout. She found the Victorian emergency website on her mobile phone as being an excellent resource. Ms Irving states that it was regularly updating. She says the website became an essential part of our action planning during the event and up to for 6 weeks after the event. This information from the website formed the basis for how she and her family behaved, according to how the smoke was moving after the fire front passed. In the days following the bushfire, Ms Irving received text messages from Forest Fire Management Victoria with notifications for evacuation update meetings and community meetings. She gives evidence that one of the glues in her community was the main hall and the information meetings, which at first ran every day. She says there was an incredible presence of police, forest fire management and health personnel, so she felt very supported and connected with what was happening in this phase. Ms Irving also gives evidence that the community is still recovering from the bushfire. She gives evidence from her experience of improvements that she says can be made in relation to response and recovery to bushfires. It's probably a convenient point to turn to Ms Hoodless and Mr Wynett, who too had experiences in the recent bushfires, which they will now share with us. And I now call Mary Hoodless and Adam Wynett.
Before you do that, we'll take those documents and videos as exhibits as you've detailed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr Wynett, Ms Hoodless, thank you for joining us this morning.
Turning to Ms Hoodless first, she will take...
Thank you, Commissioner.
Ms Hoodless, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr Wynett will take an affirmation. Associate.
Mr Wynett, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr Wynett, you've provided a witness statement to the Commission dated the 22nd of May 2020. Do you adopt that statement as true and correct?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I'd just like to set the scene with both of you. Ms Hoodless, starting with you, you reside in Jinjallik in New South Wales, is that right?
I do.
And just to show everyone where Jinjallik is located, operator, can you please bring up document RCN.701.001.0189, please? So, Ms Hoodless, can you see that map on the screen?
Yes, I can.
Do you just want to tell us a little bit about where Jinjallik is located, including, I think we can see the border there between New South Wales and Victoria?
Yes, Jinjallik's located on the border of New South Wales and Victoria, and across on the border of Snowy Valleys Council and Greater Hume Council, and also on the border of two federal electorates, Eden Monero and Farah. It's very much a border community that strongly relates to Victoria.
Thank you. Can you please tell us a little bit about your community? How many residents live there?
There's around, in the village of itself, in Jinjallik, there's around 20 odd people. The area population's around 150. Walwa's a little hamlet of around certainly under 100 people. It's predominantly agriculture, and we are a corridor for forestry, so softwoods certainly traverse our roads, and we're predominantly a beef growing area. Beef production is our predominant agricultural industry. We have a very small school at Walwa across the border with 12 students, and Walwa's also where our health services come from, a small bush nursing centre there.
So
it's located around 110 kilometres from Albury-Wodonga. That's our major centre.
Thank you. So that's most residents in Jinjallik in New South Wales obtain their health services and sort of major services from Walwa in Victoria?
It's a small hamlet, only a small hamlet. There's a bush nursing centre there which provides very good health services for the size of our small area.
Thank you. Mr Wynett, you reside in Lobethal in South Australia, is that right?
Yes.
And so in your statement, you provided a map which is at document WIE.500.001.0002. Could that be brought up, please, operator? So, Mr. Wynett, can you just please explain a little bit about your local community? And we see there it's located 20 kilometres east of Adelaide. Just describe the local community, if you would, for the Commissioner's assistance.
Indeed. So Lobethal by road is about 40 kilometres from the CBD of the city of Adelaide. 20 kilometres as the crow flies. You have to take a southern route to get to a freeway to get to the city, or you can take some very windy, limited access in a particular disaster zone routes to the north, which will also get you to the city by about 40 kilometres. It is very close to the city. You can see the city lights on the horizon at night, but it's a world away in terms of the difference of environment, which is only located 20 kilometres inland from the city itself. Our township here at Lobethal is around 1,800 to 2,000 people in the immediate village, but the outlying sort of hamlets and villages and settlements around which use Lobethal as an intermediate town centre are all probably in the order of 300 extra people within 5 kilometres of the town centre on top of the township's population. Outside of that, there are a number of similar sized towns around Lobethal, all within a 15 kilometre zone, all numbering between 1,000 and 2,000 people in each town. Again, we're a largely agricultural and very economically diverse area. We're centred to the northern part of the Adelaide Hills Council area, which is its main centre of gravity is down near Stirling, some 20 kilometres to our south. We have a lot of vineyards, we have a lot of crops, we have a lot of small industries located in and around the town, everything from sheet metal engineering through to microbreweries, wineries, vineyards, and a lot of people running stock, sheep, cattle and the like.
Thank you. So obviously your two communities are located in different states, quite diverse. Now I propose to explore with you some of the issues that affected both of your communities in terms of preparedness for response to and response in the immediate aftermath of the bushfires in 2019 and 2020, and how you as local community members address those issues. So turning first to preparedness, in terms of the lead up to last season's bushfire season, Ms. Hoodless, did your community prepare for the bushfire season, and if so, how?
Yes, we have a very active Rural Fire Service captain, Albie, and Albie certainly mobilised a very small team. We've got not very many active members, so there's about a dozen of us, I suppose. And he was making sure that we had the training that was needed. He recruited some new members, and we were trying to seek some training out of Albury from our major centre, but we were not able to get any trainers out because they were very occupied in the northern part of the state with the fires there. Albie is very capable of doing that training, so he went through that a couple of times, and we make that a social event as well. It was challenged because we couldn't get PPE, and we'd ordered PPE which was to come in December. That PPE never arrived, so that we were without that for the summer fires. We had some dated PPE, and we certainly asked people to bring in what they could so that we had some supplies in preparation. We always have we provide information to the community, so there's information around, and then it's very much up to us as individuals to prepare our properties, and that training reminds us to do that.
And just staying with you for the moment, what did you and your family do personally to prepare your property for the bushfires?
We're very fire conscious as a family. Both my husband and I have experienced fires, and I have experienced quite significant bushfires as a young person, and the property was burnt out when I was 10 years old, and we lost our home and our farm. So very conscious about vegetation around the property, making sure that we have deciduous trees, a lot of green grass, and certainly no natives. And Peter and I both graze very much to the north and the northwestern part of our property. We keep sheep to do that and ensure that we don't have any fuel around that would in any way cause us, exacerbate a fire. We also, all the sheds that we have around the northwest of the property have solid steel walls where a fire front would most likely to come from. So we also have water supply, and we have backup power with generators to make sure that we can keep water going in the absence of power. And we have very good spring water supply, and we have backup as well as generator and solar power. And we kept water going.
Miss Hoodless, can I just stop you there? We did not hear the last
Well, we're able
sentence
to
of
we have an adequate enough water supply in green, and we do that every year. So I have my own PPE. Family members, we have seen what's been made for family, always PPE'd it.
Thank you, Miss Hoodless. We just had a little technology glitch as you were talking about your backup generator and solar power. So, Commissioners, we've now lost Miss Hoodless.
So that covers the communication outages, I think, for the witness. But no,
And she's back.
Woodless is back.
So, Miss Hoodless, I just wanted to let you know we lost a little bit of what you said after your backup for power and your solar power. And you said we made sure we kept adequate, and then you dropped out. So I'm not sure if you could remember what you were saying, but we just missed about one sentence of your answer then. And she's on mute. Sorry, can you please say that again? Unfortunately, at this end, we had you on mute.
That's right. We keep adequate amount of PPE here for ourselves. So we have protective clothing, and some of that's what's been redundant in the RFS, but it's enough to keep us feeling as though we're in a position to defend our property should we need to.
Oh, thank you very much. And so, Mr. Wynett, just turning to you, did you want to comment on your community's preparedness for the bushfire season? And in that respect, I'm interested to know what your community's history of bushfire experience was previous to this season's.
Indeed. So, outwardly, I think the main thing to consider in our region is that you have the full spectrum ranging from very well prepared, very fire conscious and acutely aware people. And I'll make a very broad approximation that probably 20 to 30% of people who live certainly outside of the townships are in that department of acutely aware and very fire conscious, maintain excellent stocks, not unlike Woodless's account of her types and range of preparedness. The unfortunate part of all this is in the middle, you've got people who are moderately prepared, and I'd say that'd be another 30 to 40% roughly in the middle. But my concern leading into this fire season was what I would call the people who fall into the apathetic category, who aren't prepared, who do not understand fire threat. They do not understand fire and disaster in general, preparedness, they are not resilient, and they are not in a position to do anything other than be a liability in the face of something that we had come through here in December of 2019. More broadly, though, I think there's a lot of resources that can be accessed to ameliorate that. But again, it's the apathy that comes from our history in this area of having close shaves in the past with things like the Samson Flat fires that were a few years ago. And the fact that it's been, I was a little boy when the last major bushfire severely threatened the town, which is 35 years ago. So that's sort of set us up for a situation where the people who are not in that top 30 to 40% of preparedness and awareness about fires are indeed a liability to themselves and a liability to the disaster management system when that comes into play. And I believe that we were very lucky to escape without the loss of life or serious injury, and that I think was due to the very disciplined nature of the lockdown of the roads and the evacuation system. But it certainly would have been helped further in terms of the property damage aspect from these fires if people had been better prepared.
Thank you. Ms. Hoodless, I now want to ask you a little closer to the time when the fires were approaching Jinjallik. How did the community receive its information?
It varied. So our fire started on the evening of the 29th of December. By the evening of the 30th of December, we'd lost all mobile phone connectivity. We don't and can't get ABC radio, so that's your normal emergency radio. We can get it out in vehicles, but not in our homes. And we also have a lot of mobile black spots, but wherever there is mobile, that mobile tower went out very early. So our communication was very much, the highest risk, I guess, was by road. And for some of us that were fortunate enough to have Wi-Fi within our homes, we were able to come back and in the home get information. Of course, fire radios was the other source of information, but we were very respectful that they are used for fighting and defending a fire, and the community just had to make the best of what information they could get. We had, not everyone has satellite Wi-Fi or NBN, and we have it on our property, and we found that a lot of people were coming to our house and perching on our veranda to get their information, and with their various fires near me apps, New South Wales RFS Fire Near Me, and so our driveway became quite congested in our veranda with people. I was very early on, I mobilised the Emergency Welfare Centre, so I set that up the morning of the 30th, and that, as I said, that evening we lost mobile service. We certainly had it for an accident that we had in the afternoon and trying to get emergency services and coordinate and call ambulances. But that night it was lost. Thereafter, it was really by road. So my role as a community safety officer was really either getting messages out or driving to check on vulnerable residents, to give residents information and come back. So that added to the congestion on the roads through that time. And we didn't get mobile back until very late in January, and I don't know that date.
And so when you say community safety officer, was that a role you performed with the Rural Fire Service?
Yes, so with RFS, well, it's kind of a welfare / community safety. I did some trainings a number of years ago. I have a health background, a former registered nurse, and did a lot of years of management in healthcare. So I guess I use those skills in this instance in supporting and making sure our vulnerable residents had the information and then coordinated evacuation out of the community. For that, certainly that 5 days, and with a lot of resistance from some of them, not understanding what that meant because they weren't getting the information themselves. It was sort of word of mouth, popping into them and saying, look, it's just the best advice for you to leave. Have you got alternative accommodation? and I was unaware of the emergency evacuation centres until the Friday that had been set up in Albury. So it's that was because the communication was down. It was very hard to get formal information.
Thank you. And turning to you now, Mr. Wynett, how did you receive information in advance of the fire as it was approaching Lobethal?
So prior to the fire igniting, we had through pretty much every media channel available. So the newspapers that week, the internet, as well as radio and television media, well and truly prepared us as a community, and myself particularly, for the fact that it was due to be catastrophic conditions leading up to the day that the ignition occurred on the 20th of December. And so prior to the actual ignition, everyone was well and truly warned of what to expect environmentally and climatically for what was to happen that day. What that did was it made people and most of the community well aware of the apps run on the CFS website, as well as I can't remember off the top of my head, I apologise. The South Australian Emergency Warning app, I'll think of it. Most people have that on their phones at the ready when there's a catastrophic day, and we certainly had it open on a desktop at work that morning, and we really monitor that closely throughout the day. We saw the fire ignite. We did some quick calculations based on wind, terrain and topography to where that ignition point might develop into, as well as looking at where the wind might take it in the event of a wind change from the north to the west, and realised that we're in a serious amount of risk from the fire threatening our township.
Thank you. Now that we've reached the sort of ignition stage, I wanted to ask some questions of you both about response. So, Ms. Hoodless, to you first. Can you tell us a little bit about what the firefighters did around your local community in fighting the bushfire?
I wasn't actively on the front, so that's up to the RFS to respond to that. My role was in coordinating the Emergency Welfare Centre, which became the staging centre. So what I witnessed was all the RFS coming in, because it was a staging centre and that was over the bonnet of a vehicle for a while. It was maps and information and coordination and staging where the various fire people needed to, all the first responders needed to go. I saw quite a bit of, the first day was tragic because we ended up sadly with a fatality, and post that I certainly had to, my immediate response was to provide first aid for one of the gentlemen that was in that truck or on the truck. And it was, we still had mobile that stage, but we couldn't get ambulance and activate ambulance. So that was a scenario in itself. Couldn't get information out. Information where ambulance were telling us that they weren't allowed to get through. The roads weren't in fact closed, but the information was that they were. And it finally got responded from New South Wales Ambulance. And because we're on the border, we're never sure where those services are going to come from, Victoria or New South Wales. You can get an ambulance from either. And New South Wales Ambulance, and she literally, the officer threw me some burns dressings and said, you're doing the right thing. I can't stay. I've got another 6 to go to. And she gave me some dressings, and then we got response from Victorian Ambulance, and some time later that evening a helicopter arrived and transported that gentleman to the Alfred Hospital. So through that time, there was a lot of RFS staff around the Emergency Welfare Centre. It became, and a lot of community members coming in to get information, because at that, somewhere around that stage, we lost mobile. So we were the resource for information was coming from there. And that made it very difficult, because although the RFS were trying to coordinate staging, they were also needing to inform people on where the fire was. And at this stage, it had certainly jumped into Victoria. It was moving very rapidly across the terrain into Victoria. It had moved through our southern part of New South Wales, and then it certainly came back and impacted on our property here on the Saturday, the 4th of January.
Thank
So my observation of the RFS, there was a lot of them, and they were coming, crews were coming from all over the Riverina. Resources were coming in from multiple regions, and some CFA people were coming over to get information as well, which I know that I saw them come over to try and get information because it was very difficult to get information cross-border.
Thank you. I will ask you some more questions about the Emergency Welfare Centre in a minute. I'll just ask Mr. Wynett now about his identification in a gap immediately after the firefighting finishes and before the recovery process starts. Can you just tell us about that, please, Mr. Wynett?
So essentially, you imagine that the post-ignition development of a disaster being divided for the purposes of this into three phases. Response is, of course, what the CFA, the police, SES, CFS do to save lives and protect property. Phase one, all running quite well, resourced, funded, coordinated, lead agencies, really good. If you jump forward to recovery, which happens with the influx of government agencies in phase three, you've got, again, lead agencies, it's funded, it's well understood, and there's a good framework around how in Australia we do the recovery process. My concerns, having lived through this, are in the immediate disaster relief phase that comes in our circumstances here, that comes almost within 12 hours of the fire front passing through, once the immediate threat of wildfire is gone, and you're then faced with communications isolation, utility isolation, we lost power, and also physical isolation because of the fire front burning all around the township and the region, as well as the police roadblocks were in place. The population within 5 kilometres of Lobethal was essentially locked out from the outside world by all means. What that caused was an internal amount of fear, trepidation and panic that was only ameliorated by the formation of a local recovery centre that was ad hoc and spontaneous. There was no arrangements or preparation for this prior to the event occurring. But it was built spontaneously on the moment, and that was used to actually cover every function of disaster relief. And then that borderline moved over to recovery, and that effort run purely by unofficial local volunteers that had no liability cover over them whatsoever, which was a big concern of mine, the person running this, ran for 16 days until a recovery centre appointed and formed by the state of South Australia was formally set up in January.
And can you just give us a description of the types of tasks that centre and those volunteers, including yourself, performed during that time?
I'll refer to my list. The functions that we included in our recovery centre, as we called it at the time, but it was really a disaster relief centre. It was firstly triage, the provision of trusted information and liaison with authorities and local knowledge.
Mr. Wynett, could I just stop you there? I'm happy for you to read it. I might get it brought up on the screen so everyone can see it.
Okay.
Could document ID WIE.500.001.0013 at paragraph 92 be brought up, please? And so, Mr. Wynett, I'm happy for you to talk through this list.
Okay, so we covered down, and this evolved over probably the first 72 hours of what I call the relief phase, which began on the 21st of December, the day after the fire ignited. So we triaged people, we provided emergency accommodation, we quickly amassed a significant capability to provide emergency household provisions and supplies, including food and things like blankets and bedding for people. We conducted a significant effort in stock euthanasia. We provided many tonnes, probably over 24 tonnes of stock feed and water, which was all sourced from locals in a time where the drought had already depleted stock of that and the fire had burnt a lot of our local stock feed. We had a few local sort of clinicians on leave that were able to provide mental health first aid. We provided coordination within the community and communications. We had no mobile phone communications, but we passed everything by word of mouth and an assessment and liaison team section, as well as used our UHF fallback channel, which we established as Channel 20 for local communication around the district. We synchronised the town's efforts and tried to make efficiencies and economies where we could. We did a significant amount of bulk logistic transport and handling. We built a trade and repair section that did everything from install generators into people's homes who were vulnerable. We provided earth moving equipment and chainsaws and did route clearance and opened up roads for access to people's properties. And we did visits coordination. We had quite a few VIPs come to visit us, which was interesting and very well received by the community once the fire threat had abated. And we also, and this was a significant part of it, had a donations and finance coordination section, which Date has amassed and distributed over $100,000, and we've still got about $70,000 of that to spend.
Thank you. Just in relation to those various tasks that were performed, how did you obtain information about going about those tasks? For example, stock euthanasia. So, regrettably, because we had no real access to the outside world, my phone had no internet, nor did anyone else's. We really had no idea on the specific legislations, policies, recommendations, agency guidelines on how this was to occur. We really risk managed it to the best of our ability based on the environment we were in. Stock euthanasia, by about day 2, after the fires had ignited, we were probably facing in the order of 1,200 head of stock, both cattle and sheep and horses, that required euthanasia, which was a pretty traumatic environment to witness. And we managed to engage some locals who had experience in stock euthanasia, who were able to go out and actually do that gruesome task. Then came, of course, the problematic area of needing to hygienically contain the result of that euthanasia until something could be done with it. And did we get it wrong? Yes. Could we have done better had we had access to good advice on how to conduct stock euthanasia across the spectrum of different animals that needed to be dealt with? Certainly we could have. We did the best we could at the time, and I think in the future I now know a lot more about that particular subject than I ever wanted to, and I'd do better next time. Thank you. I might just move back to Ms. Hoodless now. Can you just tell us a bit about what you did at the local emergency welfare centre you established?
Yes. The facility that we had at Jingellic, we're very fortunate to have, was only a couple of years old. So it's a showgrounds essentially, had very old infrastructure. And a few years ago, I was asked if I could help the Show Society at the time with writing a bit of a strategic plan. And part of that was doing a risk assessment, and the facilities were certainly beyond their use by date. So we worked at getting a very good grant and some more funding, and we built and wrote an application to build an emergency welfare centre, which became a social hub of Jingellic. And prior to the fire, we were using that on the second Friday of the month for Friday Fun Nights. And I often think and reflect that those Friday Fun Nights and those volunteers in that core group were the same group that actually resourced and supported and volunteered right through the fire, the period of the fires. So on that Monday morning at about 7:30, I rang the RFS captain to get an update of where the fire was at, and he said, "Oh, look, I think you'll need to mobilise the welfare centre. They haven't been able to do what they'd hoped to overnight and contain the fire." So I rang the district superintendent. He rang me back and said, "Yes, please." He said, "You'll need lunch for about 50." The nearest town from Jingellic is around 45 kilometres. That's Tumbarumba, and I was mindful that there was a fire north of Tumbarumba, but it was those roads hadn't been shut. So a neighbour and I went to Tumbarumba and we got groceries enough for 24 hours, and we didn't have a lot of intel about what was happening at the fire front. And we came back and we started preparing food. There was a couple of others called in. They were on their way to evacuate. Weren't sure whether they were to evacuate or not. The grounds are the community safer place. They've been assessed as the community safer place. And I just said to them, well, my decision is to stay. This is a community safer place here. I feel safe, and therefore I'm going to proceed with getting food together. And they stayed and helped. The first lot of meals went out at 50. They went onto the fire ground. Within 24 hours, we were having 200 odd meals a day, and then by New Year's Eve, it's 400 meals that were being served on site and out. The Emergency Welfare Centre acted. It was a respite. People came in for accommodation. RFS volunteers stayed and were sleeping under blankets. It became a food resort where we could get food in, which we certainly looked for. We were desperate for drinking water, and we were able to eventually get that in. Certainly some first aid, and over that 5-day period, the first 5 days, and it was actually open for 20 odd days because then it went into recovery. But certainly the first 5 to 10 days, it was really the source of information. People came in to have their meals there because they would be going back to defend their properties or to do some of the mop-up if they'd been burnt. So we had such a collection of people that had had various experiences until the evacuation on Friday evening. It was very active, and then it was closed for 24 hours while there was a Section 37 in place, and then we reopened it very late on the Saturday night after much of Jingellic, including my own property, except the house had been burnt, because there was so many volunteers, still RFS volunteers. There was a lot of people around and they were looking for food and water. So we just literally lifted up the doors and started again until about the 18th of January.
And so who owns the the welfare centre building itself?
It's an incorporated association owned by the community. So some community members, Peter's grandfather, my husband's grandfather was one, bought the land back in the early 1930s, and it's run as an incorporated association, so it's community owned. And the grounds and shed is on site, so that's one of the, and pony club, cricket club, and a community centre.
And so it's on the side of the showgrounds, is that right? You just dropped out a little bit.
Yes, on the side of the showgrounds, yes.
Can you just tell us about the people who visited? Did you have people from interstate coming to the welfare centre?
Yes. Yes, probably most of the people that were sleeping were coming over from Victoria. We also had emergency services from Victoria coming over to get information about what was happening with road closures. People staying from Victoria. There was a couple of ladies that stayed, and one lady stayed for 3 nights, and she was sleeping in her car. We had a couple with a caravan from Victoria, set up the caravan for 4 or 5 days. We were not encouraging people. We were not an evacuation centre. We were really clear about that, but it was becoming very stressful for people to leave. And I'm mindful and more aware now that we were our area was under a state of emergency on and off through that time. So It certainly had its risks. We certainly could see the fire, the flames at times, but we were feeling safe because there was a lot of RFS equipment around, and they'd certainly done some fire protection around the village of Jingellic by the second or the third day to protect the village. I was going backwards and forwards because I'd need to come home to get under Wi-Fi because we had no power. The centre had power, big diesel generator, and it was the only power in the region. The power went down on the night of the 30th as well, similar time to what the phone lines went down. So landline, mobile and power from the 30th right through, and I think we got power back somewhere around about the 14th or thereabouts. It might have been a bit later than that in January. And so I was going backwards and forwards to order resources, and so the only way I could do that was to come home. I live about 4 kilometres from the Emergency Welfare Centre and make those phone calls, get the food and resources out from Albury RFS to resource the facility. We also had to get fuel out, of course, because trucks were needing to be filled with fuel. Water and increasing amounts of water, and for people was water pods and just the resources we needed as the week went on.
Thank you, Ms. Hoodless. Turning back to you, Mr. Weiner.
Also,
No, you're right. Please continue.
Also, I was defending our own property as well. So my daughters would come down, my daughter and son-in-law and another daughter were home, and they would come down to the centre and say, "Quick, Mum, come home." That happened 3 occasions, particularly in the evening. There's been a spot over into the property you needed, and we divided the property outside the house, and all the family members had different parts. My husband had only just had a knee replacement 2 weeks before the fire. So he was not able to help as much as he would want to, although he did shed his crutches. So it was a mixture of managing or coordinating the welfare centre and defending the property until the evacuation on Friday evening.
Thank you. And so your husband was, until his operation, a fairly active member of the local RFS brigade, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was captain for 10 years. He'd only transitioned that over the last 2 years. He was very pleased that he had done some succession planning. He was thinking he had it forever, I think.
So now turning to you, Mr. Wynett, have you thought about what resource or whether there was or there should exist some information to assist you and a community like Lobethal if you had to experience that same bushfire that you did last season?
Look, I think something needs to exist. We were left as a community incredibly vulnerable. Had it not been for a series of individuals with the right experience, knowledge and skill sets, we wouldn't have been able to achieve what we did, and the situation would have been completely different. And I don't think we would have been able to turn what was chaos into order so rapidly had we not had that set of individuals resident in the town at that time with the ability to lead, coordinate and drive such an incredible effort without any outside help. Where I think this needs to go, and I mean the Prime Minister visited here in the days after the event and during our sort of relief operation, and he said, "What did you actually need during this time?" And my answer was, a relief centre in a box. And that's a bit of an approximation, but really what we need is something to the extent what we needed was something to the extent of some sort of guide, some sort of list, some sort of aid memoir that allowed us to, at least in broad terms, understand those things that we needed to consider, beware of, the do's and don'ts of disaster relief, and actually how to set this up. I mean, we were lucky because we had a trauma nurse in the town who we managed to, it was just by luck she was here and not at work on the day because she was on leave for the day. And so we were able to grab her and say, "Look, what do we need to do?" She goes, "Set up a triage centre." And then through my experience and the experience of others, we very quickly used that list that I went through earlier to develop a plan, issue out tasks, and to drive a fairly decent measure of success in providing relief to a couple of thousand people eventually as residents started returning to the area and before any of the government agencies could come in and bear down on the situation that was here. Whether or not in the future that looks like a booklet, booklets go out of date. Whether or not that's an app that's resident in a phone or a tablet that doesn't need to be downloaded on the day because you've got a loss of mobile or NBN communications. There needs to be something, I think, that maybe once a year gets automatically downloaded into people's phones that have that kind of app that can then, something goes wrong, be it flood, fire, earthquake, or fire, it's there and it can be called up at a moment's notice to be able to be referenced, be able to put this kind of effort into place if the resident knowledge and skills aren't there to be able to make this spontaneously happen.
Just staying with you for the time being, Mr. Wynett, do you have any ideas about how you can increase a community's awareness of natural disasters, just bearing in mind your comments earlier that there was a proportion of your local community that was pretty apathetic to preparedness?
Indeed. Look, I think I put it down to the example of changing your smoke detector batteries in your home every time the clock changes either forward or back for daylight savings. Maybe what Australia needs is a day, maybe twice or once a year, where it's actually a day about resilience for disasters. And that day might be in the morning, something along the lines of commemoration. Each community, getting together to commemorate what they've been through in the past, to bring and shine a light on the disasters that have gone in the past, so that it's not a forgotten part of the history that I think is the first root cause of apathy in some people, especially new people in the community. Not that I'm trying to be confrontational, but it's a reality. The second part of the what I call the Resilience Day might be about preparation. You've had commemoration in the morning where you've thought about the past. Preparation's about looking to the future. What are our arrangements in each sort of small community like ours here? Bigger districts can have something a bit more grandiose, but it's about meeting your local CFS, police, SES, the people in the council who are responsible, in the future for resilience and redundancy planning, and talking through the issues. You could have, a couple of field day displays there about the latest farm fire unit type equipment that can be bought, things like that. And it's about shining a light on that kind of preparation for any disaster. It's disaster agnostic, but it's about looking to how that community comes together, forming networks, understanding what exists in the system so that you know where to turn to and what to rely upon when the worst thing happens in your community. And then as an evening activity, maybe it's about celebration in the here and now, that we're a community come together and ready, resilient, redundant, ready for whatever's going to come over the hill in a time of disaster.
So it might also be a useful time to update or download the most recent version of an app, or make sure your local council has the most recent aid memoir of your book.
Indeed it will be.
And so, Ms. Hoodless, just turning back to you, in that respect, I understand you've recently written an emergency welfare centre booklet for your local council.
Yes, and I guess that's part of succession planning as well. There was so much, as Mr. Wynett said, there's no guide for this process in place that we knew of. You have your Office of Emergency Management and, combat agency responsibilities, but on the ground in our small rural communities, that seems to be a long way away. That's how it felt for us. So it was about us this is part of our resilience, and building our resilience is having a procedures manual really very briefly with checklists. What do you need? What could be in secondary storage that would assist you in that situation? What volunteer's role, what a coordinator's role is, a small volunteer register. And I even put a resident register in it that might come in for short-term respite or overnight. That was a little bit controversial because it's not an evacuation centre, but I certainly kept a small register and wanted people to sign in and out or let us know when they were staying overnight, because if we were evacuated, it was about accounting for everybody. So it was set out as a very simple guide for anyone wanting to activate that centre, and what they would require to activate it, and what the ongoing responsibilities would be over the next, short term to long term. I would now recommend that to be an added on for recovery, because we have used that centre. We very quickly mobilised it into a recovery centre for some weeks afterwards, and we've certainly since had our social events up until COVID, and certainly still use it for outreach days for recovery information, which we've just had at the centre last Tuesday.
Thank you. It sounds like the purpose of your guide is to have, and Mr. Wynett, your app suggestion would be to have information for the community all in a central place. Ms. Hoodless, can I just ask you, do you have any views about how sharing of information between levels of government could be factored into this process or improved in the context of natural disasters?
I think we had great support from local government, both local governments, because we sit on the border. We're mindful Snowy Valleys Council were really very much taken up with the Duns Road fire. So Greater Hume Council were our support council, and they really were extraordinarily supportive, and our local members were. It was a communication issue. So that's where they would, when I would get to the phone and I would ring, and I always got response, and they always responded with what I needed, even a sat phone, even though the sat phone I think was in my hands for about an hour before RFS needed it. They're incredibly supportive and gave us the resources. So for me, I guess I was a little bit lucky. I knew who those contacts were and are, but I'm thinking that was essential for whoever might have been in my position, that they know who the contacts are, who to call, and again, going back to an app or whatever that might be. But local government and our other, responsible organisations and agencies need to have oversight of what's happening, and need to know that the community has got the resources and the resilience, as you might call it, for what is needed in those sort of emergency events.
Thank you. Mr. Wynett, I'll ask you essentially the same question. Do you have any views about how sharing of information between the various levels of government can be factored into or improved in the context of natural disasters?
Look, I think it worked very well in our context. Once the fire zone was permissive enough for government representatives at each level to be able to get out into the community and understand the changed environment as a result of our most recent disaster. Before that, it's very much a problem of access and understanding and context, which precludes government officials at any level, be it local, state or federal, from being able to get in and say, right, I really understand the nature of the people's victim status, the damage, the restrictions and the constraints that are sort of applied. And so how you open up that information chain is, I think, comes back to how we actually treat that immediate disaster relief problem in Australia of you have a disaster zone that remains non-permissive to general government agencies and people for a period of time other than those stuck in there? How do we penetrate that non-permissiveness with some kind of organisation, some kind of agency that can get in and at least be, not like the fire service, but be able to access an area that has been deeply affected by any disaster and therefore be able to get information out to the people who need to use it in a governmental sense, to then be able to formulate a proportionate and well-considered response so that it just doesn't come down to assumption and guesswork, if that makes sense.
Yes, thank you. Please just excuse me for a moment. Commissioners, that concludes my questions.
Okay, thank you very much. And it's been good evidence from a couple of different perspectives there this morning. I've got one question I've actually got a couple of questions, but the first question, and I'll go to Mr. Wynett first, and then ask the same question of Ms. Hoodless, was preparation and knowledge of potential evacuation routes leading up to the fire season, and having visited both areas, different contexts, but Mr. Wynett, from a South Australian perspective, I think a previous witness had mentioned that evacuation routes weren't actually needed during the fire when I asked them about the preparation. So I'm interested in your view as a resident of Lobethal on the roads in and out, the major roads in and out, and whether there was preparation done or even consideration of evacuation routes, and whether there was knowledge of that in the community as well, leading up to the fires.
Thanks, Commissioner. This is purely my opinion, but if the fire had descended upon the town of Lobethal slightly differently and enveloped it in the thick smoke that I certainly saw envelop the environment when I was in the Black Saturday bushfires in Victoria some 10 odd years ago, I think the evacuation route argument would have been significantly different. Because the fire burnt almost parallel to the main areas of town in terms of the smoke that it was generated very quickly, you could see how to get out of the town, and you could see very easily where not to go if you'd made the choice to evacuate. If so the origin point of the fire was to our northwest, pushed by a northerly wind straight to the south. So it enveloped the area to the direct west of the town, but not the evacuation routes out. Had that smoke been further to the east and covering the town, you would have not known from where the threat was coming unless you really understand the nature of these things, and it could have been a different story. So yes, on the day, evacuation route marking and practicing and things like that wasn't an issue because you could see where the fire was, and if you drove in the opposite direction, you were safe.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Hoodless, preparation of the roads around your area, noting you've got jurisdiction north and south of the Murray River, and whether that was coordinated as well.
No, the north and south, I guess the river was a real divide in our experience. So we would have police in Victoria coming over to get information about whether our roads were open or shut. And from the information that I was getting, the road north, which is a single road to Holbrook, was never shut. In preparation, we would see ourselves on the border as having 4 options. On this occasion, 3 of those options were gone, and the 4th option was certainly seriously impacted towards the end. So that was the 10th. But the other roads, some of the other roads, certainly the Victorian roads weren't open, but a dirt river, what we call the Dirt River Road, was, we call it unofficially available to us. In preparation, I'd say no. The fire behaviour was such that there were so many routes that were impacted. So it was, we shouldn't say an unusual event because it could happen again, but it's something to think about in planning for the future.
Thank you very much, and for both you, appreciate your candour. Mr. Wynett, just going back to the recovery centre, the impromptu recovery centre that the townsfolk in Lobethal set up. Then it was 16 days before the formal recovery centre came in. It wouldn't have been 16 days before there was contact and help. But can you just talk about what, from the community view, the delay of the formal recovery centre coming in? I think there was one from a previous witness saying that the recovery centre was set up, it was outside the area, but it was more bringing it into where the townsfolk were.
Indeed, because of, I think, the nature of how the fire initially isolated the township and the fear that was in people as a result of that, they didn't want to leave the actual, and I'll use the term fire scar, they didn't want to leave the area because they felt like they needed to be close. You know, the catastrophic weather conditions hadn't abated in the immediate days after the fire, and there's a lot of concern because there was still a lot of unburnt area around our town that a fire could return. So people didn't want to leave the district to go the 26 odd kilometres to the nearest regional centre, Mount Barker, to go to get assistance or recovery help there. Everyone very much wanted to stay in, and it was a very much a point of lobbying to get it out to the government representatives that please bring the recovery centre inside the fire scar so that people don't have that geographic dislocation in going to get help. That came eventually, and when it was set up, it took a little while to, I guess, assimilate that into what the local needs were. We certainly did a comprehensive handover with the government recovery centre from the spontaneous one in the days leading up to it being set up. And if you imagine that for the first 4 or 5 days after the fire, there was no contact inside and out. That was then established and then gradually increased over about the next 10 to 11 days until the formal recovery centre was set up. So you had a gradual drawdown of the spontaneous nature of the recovery centre here in Lobethal, and a gradual sort of collapsing of the functions that covered, and then again a mirror image of a gradual pickup over a couple of weeks of what the recovery centre picked up once it was established in January.
Thank you. Ms. Hood, similar views from your area about the recovery centres being away from where a lot of the community is established and that reticence to go, or was that not so much an issue?
I think there was an option to go to Holbrook. Most people were staying around until we had the mandatory evacuation on the Friday the 3rd. And then we all navigated roads similar to what Mr. Waynard was talking about back in the Black Saturday bushfires, where we had intense smoke, ash and debris. Remembering the fire had been going into its 5th day. So it was very poor. We couldn't see in front of us. We were all sort of convoying and leaving on the only route available to us, which was via Holbrook to the north of us, and not knowing, our return, of course, when you evacuate. I think that when I was trying to get the vulnerable people out earlier, they were very reluctant to leave. And remembering that the facility had already gone into recovery phase almost while there was still an active fire. So we were back on the night of after our area was burnt, and we went straight into recovery mode. And by the 15th of January, we'd actually formalised a local recovery-led committee, and that committee is still functioning now. And we just divided the committee into functional areas, and we collaborated and worked towards the rebuild and recovery of our community, and we're very well supported by local government to do that. We actually mobilised that ourselves.
Thank you very much. And one more question for both of you now, and it's well into the recovery phase now. Mental health support for the community and the availability of that and the suitability of that. If you've got a view of that, whether you've seen it personally or you're seeing how that's rolling out around the community. And I'll start with Mr. Weiner, please.
The formal clinical mental health support that has now been mobilised is being used, I think, to a moderate level, but it's certainly not reaching out to people who are, and I'll use a little bit of sort of Australian parlance, sort of have that brutal view that, and in particular I find men are very hesitant to go down the path of clinical mental health self-referral. There's been a lot of effort in our community to try and reach out to people that surround those who are hesitant to take up clinical formal support. And what we've tried to do is begin the process of implementing some informal support. So using non-traditional group and existing network-based mental health support mechanisms like, and I'll use an example, we're trying to put together a program at the moment using a gentleman who's a celebrity and well known to many people to try and attract those men, in particular in the area, who are very, very against the idea of referring themselves or allowing themselves to be contacted by mental health professionals, but rather using the informal networks to break some of that myth down that, well, I'm a man, I don't need help, and I'll just simply put my shoulder to the wheel and keep moving forward. I've already seen quite a few examples in our community through work and some of the other groups I'm involved in men who are really suffering under that misnomer that they don't actually need help and they'll be fine if they just keep pushing forward. So using those unofficial, non-clinical ways to reach out to them is, I think, the first step in trying to get to this. And that's certainly not just, I use the adult male example there, but it's certainly not just limited to them. There are a lot of children and women very similar boat, maybe just not to the same level as the gentleman around here.
Thank you. Ms Hoodless?
Yes, Commissioner, we were very fortunate to have a local psychiatrist who lives locally come straight onto our recovery team, and she also volunteered and supported us through the fire event. And she set up a free clinic each Friday at the local Warwell Bush Nursing Centre after the their fire event, and in our recovery phase, offering her services. And it wasn't particularly well taken up, and she's incredibly credible. And it was like what Mr. Wainart's saying. It's very much the resilience I call it the agrarian culture of our rural landholders. We're self-reliant, we're very independent, and therefore those services are not got a great deal of uptake. I've been through in my health professional career, a number of disasters and significant events in community, and I have never seen so much support from mental health providers. So from our Murrumbidgee Local Health District, from our primary health care organisations, we've seen an enormous amount of resources, and we've even got a farm-based counsellor, which I truly welcome and I refer to quite a bit. Up until COVID, we felt like we had the support because we could do the drop-in, the farm drop-in. COVID slowed that down. It meant that the mental health practitioners were needing to, of course, work from home. I saw, and I'm observing and believe that gap has been a significant gap, because the less formal support where you gather socially regularly at your local centre, and for us, our hub and what was the Emergency Welfare Centre, is a critical part of the social fabric of our community, and we support each other. That has not been able to take place, those events, over this period of time. And so I am seeing, like Adam's seeing, much more, many more symptoms of what I call chronic stress as well. And I am concerned, and even though we've now got our mental health practitioners mobilised again, I've seen very little take up. So our outreach days, which we have now, where our mental health practitioners come, where we have food, we're socially distancing, but I'm introducing them to people, and others that may need that support in a less formal environment, hoping that there'll be some follow-up. But I'm certainly feeling as though we're well-resourced as a community for mental health clinical services and less formal services. Thank you.
No, thank you for that, and once again, thank you to both of you for your evidence and your insight as well. We appreciate the stress of reliving this puts you under months down track, but it's important for us to get that community understanding, and the particular issues that both of you have unique in some areas to your area, but very much alike. I think you would have appreciated from hearing each other's evidence there. But on behalf of the Commission, can I thank you for making yourself available this morning, and we wish you the best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Adam.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Were there any questions from the other commissioners?
No, we're good. Thank you.
Might Ms Hoodless and Mr Wynett be excused?
Yeah. Mr Wynett, Ms Hoodless, thank you very much, and you are excused. And once again, thank you from all of us.
Thanks, Commissioner.
May we now play Exhibit 13.3.1, which is RCN.706.001.0189.
And after we've had this video, then we'll take a formal adjournment until 14:30
Yes.
to recommence. Thank
Yes,
you.
Chair.
Brian, can you please tell us your name, address and occupation?
Brian Winterbank, and I'm retired from a career in teaching.
Thank you. So you and your wife were holidaying in Malakuta on New Year's Eve last year. That's 2019, is that right?
That's correct.
When did you arrive in Malakuta?
We arrived in Malakuta on the 27th of December, which is the day after Boxing Day. We travelled part of the way and stopped overnight at Can River, and then continued on and got to Malakuta about lunchtime on December the 27th.
And how long were you planning to stay in Malakuta?
We were planning to stay for approximately 2 weeks, and we've done this for the past 16 years. Yes, I know the area, and my wife knows the area. I also know the lake system because I did have a boat there for a long time, and went fishing, and so I know the lake area surrounding Malakuta and the beaches and most of the roads in that area.
That's an area that's known for good fishing, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. It's known for prawns and fishing for bream and flathead.
Where do you stay when you visit Malakuta?
I was towing a 21-foot caravan, and we've had various caravans and taken them there each year that we've stayed.
And whereabouts in particular do you stay at Malakuta?
We stay at the Council Foreshore Caravan Park, and we have a site right at the front of the lake with views across the lake.
Okay, and so is the caravan park itself run by the local council?
Yes, I believe it is. It has about 800 sites.
Okay, so quite a big caravan park.
Very big caravan park, and it can increase the population of Malakuta, which is just over 1,000. During the Christmas period, the population can increase to well over 4,000.
Have you always stayed at that caravan park when you holiday in Malakuta?
Yes, we've stayed at that caravan park and have rebooked it from the previous year. Yes, we have seen bushfires across the lake and have come down the Princess Highway, and there have been bushfires in the area, but not enough to close the roads. And of course, they didn't approach Mallacoota itself.
Okay, and so is it fair to say that in previous years, those bushfires you've experienced have been less intense than the one on New Year's Eve last year?
Oh yes, very. Yes. They didn't impinge on the town at all, those other bushfires. They were over the lake and in the distance.
Okay, so then that might be a good point to talk about that bushfire last year. So can you just describe your experience of the bushfire last year for us?
Well, the bushfire came on the 31st of December. We first were aware that there were bushfires in the area because we could see the smoke. And we became increasingly worried about it when that smoke came a bit closer and we could see it across the lake. We weren't too concerned because, as I said before, we'd seen fires in the area before, but this one seemed to be bigger and more dangerous.
And were you just observing the fire or the smoke approaching from your van site at the caravan park?
Yes, we were observing it from there, and at night you could see flame across the lake, but the smoke obscured it during the day.
Okay, and were you given any information from local emergency services or the council or the park operators at that time?
On the morning of the 31st of December, I wasn't too concerned, and I went fishing off the beach, a beach some distance away from Mallacoota called Betka Beach. And when I returned, my wife had heard that we had missed a meeting, which I think was held up at the sports ovals for the school community. We didn't get any information about that meeting, and therefore, and obviously, we didn't attend. Then a policeman approached our area of the caravan park and wound down his window and asked why we weren't packing up to leave, because there was an opportunity to get out on the only road that is available to Genoa, and informed us that we had only now 30 minutes if we wished to leave, because there was a fire which was approaching rapidly.
What did you do after that policeman gave you that information?
Well, it was too late to pack up a caravan and move down the road to Genoa, which is a winding, narrow road, and I thought it better to stay at Mallacoota. It was problematic if there were 1,000 cars or whatever going along that road with an approaching bushfire, and the Princess Highway had been, or we were informed, had been cut to the south, and so then you would have had to go north.
And so at that point in time, that was the only road available to get out of
That is the only road into Mallacoota. There are no other dirt roads. There's only one bitumen road of about approximately 40 kilometres, which winds through eucalypt banksia forest and some farmland. That forest area would be very prone to bushfires and is very prone to it.
Okay, so you stay at Mallacoota and wait it out. Can you tell us what was different between this fire and the fires you experienced in previous years?
This fire was very intense and approached on a very wide front, whereas other fires that I'd seen in the distance and were in a particular area with and not as intense as this fire.
Where did the fire travel?
As I understood it, the fire was across the lake, looking towards the northeast, and we suspected that if it jumped an area of the lake called the Narrows, that Mallacoota would be in danger.
And so did it do that?
Yes, it did that. And we were informed by CFA members that there was going to be another meeting on the 31st of December, which they would hold in front of the boat ramps, and they would explain what their plan was to save the town and to save our lives. So
that meeting held?
Yes, it was a very good meeting, and the CFA had about 9 trucks at Mallacoota, and they had a plan to hold the fire in a few stages, and if they lost one perimeter, to move back to another perimeter. So the first perimeter was the outskirts of the town, perhaps 3 kilometres away, and then the next stage was to fall back to protect the main street and the main houses of the town. And then the third stage, all the fire trucks were going to put on their sirens, and that was the emergency stage, and they would protect a small section of area in front of the of Mallacoota Lake, and the fire trucks were going to circle the caravans and the people in that safe area and turn their sprinklers on until the danger passed. So it was a very good meeting, and they also informed us that there would be other meetings which were going to be held in the community hall each day. So from then on, we did get very good communication.
So about what time was that meeting held?
Approximately 5 p.m.
Okay, so just talk us through what happened next. So did those plans of the CFA come to pass?
Yes, well, at that meeting, one of the caravanners asked what was the percentage chance that the fire was going to come to Mallacoota and that we were in danger, and he responded by saying there was a 100% chance it was going to hit, and it was going to hit that night. Yes, the fire, as I understand it, the CFA couldn't hold the fire in the outer perimeter. Then they took up designated positions at the top of the main street, and they were able to hold the fire there, and they were aided by the fact that there was a wind change. That's what happened. It came virtually from the direction of down the Genoa Road, the main road in, and also swept across from the Narrows. Very fast moving fire and very hot, because what was left was a lot of white ash, which indicates, as I understand it, that the fire burnt extremely hot. The CFA was certainly the heroes of that night. At the caravan park, of course, after hearing that there was a 100% chance that it was going to hit, the caravanners got buckets of water around with towels, and so that when the fire did hit, we could extinguish embers. And I spoke to my wife and said our fourth stage for us was to grab a wet towel each and jump in the lake and huddle behind the rock wall. The water there would have been up to her waist because she's not able to swim, so that was good. But it didn't come to that. So that night, it was a very uncomfortable night. Everybody was on tenterhooks and waiting for the fire to come. It was a very dark night because of the smoke. The electricity was lost. Fire obviously cut it. It didn't hit at night. The night morphed into the day, but you didn't notice it very much because of the smoke. It was extremely black and there was no lighting for the town. So in the morning, you could look to the east and see a thin strip of light which indicated that dawn had come. But then if you looked in the other direction towards Genoa and the Genoa Road, all you saw was a red pulsating glow coming towards Mallacoota. The fire hit, I think it was about 10:30 on the 1st, the New Year's Day.
10:30 in the morning?
10:30 in the morning, but everything was pitch black. The fire was very intense and on a wide perimeter. You knew that the fire was destroying property, houses, and was coming because you could hear gas bottles exploding every few seconds. The caravanners were busy hosing down cars and caravans and putting out burning embers that was falling around the area. Fortunately, the town, it was stopped at the town, but there was a number of houses lost within the town, and over the hill to the north, Carpathon, I believe there were very many houses lost in that area. I think we were extremely lucky that lives, as I understand it, weren't lost that night.
were left in the caravan park?
Well, I haven't got an exact figure on that, but I would say that no more than 500 cars would have left the caravan park to get out, because there were many people still in the caravan park. I'd imagine it would still be 2/3 full. So there were a lot of people then that attended those 5 o'clock meetings in the community hall, and there were quite a number of children and young children attending with their parents.
Okay, so I just want to ask some questions now about the aftermath after the fire had been stopped and the immediate threat to Mallacoota was over.
Yes.
How did you receive information about what was happening next, or what would happen next?
We received all our information at those community meetings up at the community hall that were held at 5, most of them were held at 5 p.m. They were very good meetings. They were attended by all the services. You had the CFA, the police, you also had the Army, the Navy, Red Cross, ambulance service, and local doctors and medical people, and each of them would take a turn to talk and explain what was going on. So they were well attended, and that sort of information was crucial. The information that most people wanted to know was when they could get out, and that involved knowing what the state of the roads were. It was obvious to everybody at those meetings that there was a lack of information coming from Vic Roads, and I know that their websites weren't up to date, which did cause a lot of frustration for some of the speakers who were being asked about it. The police officer informed us for 5 days, at least 5 days after the fire, that the road would be closed, it would be opened to go down south in 2 weeks. After he had told us that for 5 days, I did approach him after the meeting and said, well, why is it 5 days and you're still quoting 2 weeks? And he said, because I really don't know. Perhaps it might be a day less now. But it was obvious he wasn't getting the information either.
Okay, thank you. Just in terms of the other services that you might have been without, you said that electricity was lost. Did it get restored while you were still at Mallacoota?
Yes, after a number of days, I'd say it was about 4 days, the Navy, I think it was the Navy or the Air Force, brought in a large generator. I think it was the RAAF under one of their big helicopters. They brought a generator in. I believe it was damaged, partially damaged, and didn't work straight away. But after about 4 or 5 days, they had that generator working at the top of the main street, and there was limited electricity, and that was, as I understand it, was used in the immediate area of the main street and the caravan park, which was the designated safe area, had power. However, a lot of the town still didn't have power because it was limited, and also parts of the caravan park.
Just in terms of telecommunications, then, were you able to use mobile phones?
When the power went off, towers must have been damaged in the area, and communication with phones did drop out. Most of our information then was coming from the ABC and radios.
Okay, could you access the internet, or did that go down with the telephone?
No, the internet went down at the same time. It was restored within a few days, though.
Okay, and were you given information about when those services were going to be restored at those daily meetings?
I don't think anybody knew when they would be restored. Also, during that time, although the fire had gone, there were still people who were very nervous about it coming back, and by no means were people thinking that the worst was over, because there was every possibility that the fire would return. 4 days after the main front went through, it still came down to the lake. On the far side of the lake, it burnt right down to the lake edge, and did jump the Narrows again. So the fire was still in the area and still quite dangerous.
Okay, what day would that have been about?
That would have been 4 days 4 days after when the fire first came to Mallacoota, so it would have been on the through from the 1st to at least the 4th or 5th of January.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to ask you some questions about how you came to leave Mallacoota now. So it's, I understand that you and your wife were hoping to remain in Mallacoota until the roads reopened. Is that right?
Yes.
So you could take your car and caravan out.
There are a few factors there. We were informed at one of those meetings in the community hall that the ships that were coming to, the Navy vessels that were coming to pick people up, that young children under school age or people with disabilities or physical limitations, that it probably wasn't the way to get out of Mallacoota, because they weren't sure where the ships were going, and they didn't know whether on disembarkment that these people would have to use rope ladders. So there were a lot of people who therefore didn't take the option up and were told not to take the option up of going with the Navy. The added problem was that at Bastion Point, where there is a pier, it was built quite recently, a few years ago, the ship couldn't come in to the pier. Everyone had to be taken out by sort of an Army, Navy rubber boat, a bit better than an ordinary rubber boat, but by rubber boat. So people who, yes.
Oh, sorry, I was just going to say, but you didn't take that option.
No. No, and we were told really not to, because my wife wears a brace, and she certainly wouldn't have been able to use a rope ladder, so we didn't take up that option. We were also told that the RAAF would fly those vulnerable people out. The problem with that was that for the first few days after the fire, there was too much smoke for aircraft to land, and there certainly weren't enough aircraft to do that. And the runway at Mallacoota can only take the smaller transport planes with 2 engines, not the big 4-engine ones. So that option wasn't used. So we believed that the road was going to open within 2 weeks, which is what we were told, about 2 weeks. We thought we would stay. But after the 10th of January, we decided, because we were wearing P2 masks and staying in the caravan most of the time, so we decided to put our names down to be flown out, and we were flown out on the 11th of January.
So how long was it between when you put your name down and when you were flown out?
Well, it was quite good, because they had been flying people out, and so therefore we only had to wait about 24 hours. So we were very lucky in that regard. And the RAAF plane landed at Sale, and we were able to be picked up by our daughter from Sale and driven back.
Just describe how you how the evacuation proceeded. Did you leave the caravan park, got to the airport or the airfield, and the RAAF picked you up?
We were told to come up to the police station in the main street, and we would be picked up by a bus and taken to the airport. So we locked up the van as best we could, and left my 4-wheel drive next to it, and got to the police station. And then a school bus took us, I think they'd requisitioned a school bus, and took us to the airport. And we waited around for an hour or so, and then we were flown out on a plane which had brought stores and other goods in for Mallacoota. And I think that was the RAAF's process. Once they brought stores in and necessary supplies, they would ship out people that had requested it. It was very smooth. They were very professional, and asked us about our experience when we got to Sale, and offered us drink and food there, and how we were going to get back to Melbourne, and they did an excellent job.
So eventually you did end up returning to Mallacoota to retrieve your car and caravan?
Yes. We heard that there were flights going back to Mallacoota, so I rang up and found out that there was a flight leaving Essendon Airport on the 26th of January, and we had to be there in the morning. So my wife drove me to Essendon Airport, where we lined up with a lot of other people. There were at least 4 flights that I know of. They were using the larger planes, RAAF planes, with 4 engines which couldn't land at Mallacoota. So we were flown to Merimbula Airport, and then coaches took us from there through Eden and to Mallacoota. It was a very smooth again and very well organised.
And so it was a RAF flight back to Merimbula, and then the buses, how were those buses organised? Was that Defence Force as well?
I would imagine the RAAF organised the buses as well, because they were waiting for us as soon as we landed.
Okay. And so just finally, I think you and your wife are sort of planning to return to Mallacoota again this coming summer?
Yes, we've already booked the same spot. It hasn't put us off, and so we're going back. I believe a lot of the caravans that did come back had to be or were the insurance policies were actioned, and they were written off because of smoke damage. That's how bad the smoke was after the fire had come through. And so we came back, and we'd actually already sold that caravan and traded in before we took it to Mallacoota. When we got back here, we took it down and dropped it off for them, and we picked up our brand new caravan. So we'll be at Mallacoota in a brand new caravan next year.
At the same site?
At the same site.
That's good to hear. So, Brian, that concludes your evidence. Thank you for your evidence and your preparedness to assist the Royal Commission.
My pleasure.
The Royal Commission has adjourned and will resume shortly. The Royal Commission has now resumed. Please be seated.
Ms Hogan-Doran,
Thank you, Chair.
good afternoon.
Chair, I call Mr Luke Wilson, Victorian Cross-Border Commissioner, and Mr. Sorry, I've got the wrong document. And Mr McTavish, the New South Wales Cross-Border Commissioner.
Mr Wilson, Mr McTavish, thank you for joining us.
I understand they were both.
Thank you.
Yep.
I understand they will both take an oath.
Mr. McTavish, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr McTavish, did you prepare a statement dated 24 June 2020 for the Royal Commission?
Yes, I did.
And are the contents of that statement true and correct?
Yes, I have.
Commissioners, I tender the statement of Mr McTavish together with the documents attached to that statement. That is 13.6.1 through to 13.7.3 of the tender list as notified to the parties with leave to appear.
We will take those documents as marked as exhibits.
Mr Wilson, did you prepare a statement for the Royal Commission dated 20 June 2020?
I did.
And are the contents of that statement true and correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll tender Mr Wilson's statement. That's proposed exhibit 13.5.1. Commissioners, I'm deferring the tender of the documents that relate to Mr Wilson's statement in circumstances where the State of Victoria has made an application for confidentiality and public interest immunity in relation to those documents. Just for the benefit of the transcript, those are items 13.5.2 through to 13.5.27.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Mr McTavish, if I can begin with you and ask you to comment on and explain to the Commissioners the history of the creation of these roles of a cross-border commissioner, which I understand began in about 2012 in New South Wales.
The role of the cross-border commissioner was initially mooted by a previous member of parliament from the Northern Tablelands quite some time ago. And in 2011, there was an election commitment made by the then opposition to create the position if elected. The office was established in 2012 with the initial cross-border commissioner located in Armidale in northern New South Wales. And I took the role on in 2014.
Mr Wilson, I might just quickly turn to you in relation to the creation of the Victorian Cross-Border Commissioner.
Yeah, so the Victorian role was created in 2018 following a recommendation to the government by the Mallee Regional Partnership, which I think was through 2016. So October 2018 is when I commenced.
I might stick with you, Mr Wilson, and then go back to Mr McTavish. If I could just ask you to describe at a high level what your role and function is.
Yeah, the role, broadly speaking, is an advocacy role. So the task is to work with individuals, residents, businesses, community groups who live along Victoria's borders, in my case, to help identify the various anomalies and sometimes opportunities that arise around our borders, and to then advocate for change to those back through to government agencies and departments in Melbourne, in my case. And also, in the case of New South Wales arrangements, I'll liaise with my New South Wales counterpart, or in South Australia, directly into the South Australian government. So I guess the central premise of that, though, is that the role is principally about advocacy.
Mr McTavish, how much is your role the same or does it differ to Mr Wilson's?
Well, Mr Wilson's role and my role are very, very similar. We both act as advocates and really as catalysts
for change when it comes to cross-border issues. Neither of us have principal responsibility for those policy areas that we deal with, and those responsibilities sit with the respective agencies in the responsible jurisdiction. My responsibilities also extend to arrangements under various intergovernmental and cross-border memorandums of understanding, and that is particularly about the identification of issues in the cross-border space and the negotiation of those agreements and their annual work lists, and also to report through the Minister for Regional New South Wales on progress or lack of progress as the need dictates.
Indeed, Mr McTavish, in paragraph 4 of your statement, you say you're not responsible for carrying any particular measures into effect, which I think is in addition to making the point that you're not responsible for policy development. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Mr Wilson, I understand the position is the same for you, but I also note paragraph 12 of your statement, you say that your role is not framed relevantly for this Commission's purposes with specific reference to natural disaster preparation, response or recovery. Is that right?
That's correct. So it's framed to allow for cross-border issues really of any kind to be raised and captured or discovered, which can include emergency management related matters. Right. It's not explicitly defined to do that.
And Mr McTavish, you say in paragraph 11 of your statement you've got a limited role in assisting local communities to prepare for, respond to and recover from natural disasters, primarily facilitating contact between local communities and relevant agencies. Is that explicitly acknowledged in your role, or is that something that you, in the way that Mr Wilson says, it's essentially captured by these being inherently cross-border issues?
As Mr Wilson indicated, that is captured in the intent of our work. But in our business plan and in our revised strategic plan, which will be issued hopefully in the next month or 6 weeks, we do actually clarify that point to make sure that people are quite clear that we don't have carriage of these issues. They sit with the responsible agency in each jurisdiction.
So, just so I can be clear on that, when you say you won't have carriage of these issues, are you suggesting you'll have, at the moment you have a limited role, or are you suggesting you'll have no role?
My role is partially in the identification of those issues and then handing them to the agencies, and then making sure that any activity that occurs under any activity that we have with those cross-border MOUs is appropriately actioned and reported on.
Mr Wilson, you said in your opening remarks where you're describing the role, this issue of anomalies, cross-border anomalies, and I think you refer to that at paragraph 7 of your statement, where you describe that you work with border residents, businesses and community organisations to identify cross-border issues and advocate for change to cross-border anomalies and capture cross-border opportunities along and in respect to Victoria's borders. What are cross-border anomalies?
Yeah, the way we describe those is it's really a situation where there's some difference between the two states, where it may be different regulations or maybe different practices, different types of services being provided. So that's a starting point, but also that there's then some sort of consequence of those differences that is worth pursuing or at least investigating. Is there a need for change and is there a case for change? So, and I think the important point there is that it's not just about the existence of a difference, because if that was the only test, then I guess the list of issues would be endless, but it's more about picking off those that matter, that have an impact on people.
As you say, not just a difference, something more. I think I understand it's been said elsewhere that it's where there is an acute impediment to border business in the community. Is that a characterisation that you adopt?
Yeah, that's right. That sort of characterisation calls out the point that border anomalies will probably be experienced in some way by people right across the state. But when you are living or working at the border, you will probably experience those, and all I can say from personal experience, you will experience those consistently and persistently. And depending on what line of work you're in or what you're doing, they can be quite acute and impose, beyond nuisance onto certain costs of doing business.
Mr McTavish, is that the kind of heightened difference that you see is a characteristic of something that is faced by cross-border communities?
Oh, it is, and as Luke indicated, some of the issues are felt right across the state, but they are most acute for people that live in those communities. And an example there relates to the sharing of information on the protection of children. While that does impact on people right across New South Wales, and that interjurisdictional sharing of information is an important thing to get right, it is particularly important for people that live in those border communities who have that day-to-day interaction with their fellow community members on the other side of the border.
Mr Wilson, in your statement in a number of places, paragraphs 32, 37 and 38, you talk about the lack of awareness of the unique position of cross-border communities. What is the unique position of cross-border communities that you're referring to there?
Yeah, that's a reference to the fact that, as I said before, that the experience of those anomalies is persistent and consistent. And so they're not just occasional experiences. And so it's a factor that people living and working along the border have to factor into their lives and their businesses every day of the year. And the understanding of that reality is not easy to capture or to gain if you're not living or working at or near the border. That doesn't mean it's not possible to gain it, but it just means it's a little bit distant. And so if there are decision makers quite distant from the border, the reality of that experience and the consequences of it can be hard to come to mind.
Indeed, if we could have shown JPR 001, 002, 0011, just the first paragraph on that page. One of the ways you suggest to address that lack of awareness of the unique position of cross-border communities, Mr Wilson, just that very first Roman 2, is to ask the border question, namely asking whether a proposed policy, process or practice makes sense in the way in which it is applied at the border and within border communities. This approach could be incorporated into formal guidelines to be applied by government agencies and departments when formulating regulations, policies or processes. I'll put this question to both you, Mr Wilson and Mr McTavish. How often is the border question asked in your experience?
Yeah, look, my observation is that it's not regularly asked, at least in a formal sense. There are certainly plenty of examples where it is, so it's not that it's absent from consideration. But certainly when you look through various publicly available documents and pieces of work where analysis is done of different new policies or regulations and whatnot, you can find many where it's not asked, or if it is asked, it's it's perhaps not asked or not analysed with sufficient knowledge of the experience. And so the proposition here is that asking that question would be desirable, that it could become sort of a normal thing to do, which includes, as I've written there, it could be incorporated into guidelines. And again, that would be part of the solution, but it's not just incorporated into guidelines, it would also need to become something that is done naturally and something that is also done well.
Mr McTavish, do you want to comment on that?
I do agree with what Luke is saying there, and I think if we can ask that question earlier and more often, then we would be more likely to avoid policy development in the future which fails to consider that border question, whether that's in the development of new regulatory practices, whether it's the development of new policy, or whether it's in relation to the legislative piece. If we ask that question earlier when people are doing their formulation or actually developing their ideas, it would be better. There are some practices in New South Wales which allow that to happen, but we're still pushing to have the border question to be part of people's and agencies' business as usual.
I'm going to ask you in relation to the arrangements you have with states other than each other, but just while we're looking at the question of the border between Victoria and New South Wales, and I want to just zero in for a moment on, we will return to it, zero in on the situation of Albury-Wodonga, which is on the border, straddles the border. It's in a rural and regional location. Do you find in both your experience, or in each of your experience, that the cross-border anomalies are particularly difficult and heightened, or so particularly difficult to resolve?
In relation to Albury-Wodonga, because it's on this border, it's the largest population centre on the border, so the number and effect of those anomalies is scaled up here in that respect. Having said that, it's even quite remote areas can still have border issues that can be very significant, irrespective of the size of the population. So it's not that Albury-Wodonga is sort of exceptional in that sense. But I live in Wodonga and work. I work right along the borders, but I work often in Wodonga, and therefore you do notice it. You see it in your daily life and in your work life. So it's certainly quite prevalent.
But before I come to you, Mr. McTavish, as you say, Mr. Wilson, you yourself are located. What was the thinking behind that? Are you originally from that city or from somewhere else? No,
I moved here from Melbourne, but the premise was really that the role would be better located on a border, and particularly somewhere along the river.
Mr. McTavish, the Office of Cross-Border Commissioner is headquartered in Sydney, I understand. Is that right?
No, it's in Wagga Wagga.
In Wagga Wagga.
In southern New South Wales, and it's located there principally because that's the location that I was in when I was awarded the position. But the reality is that the office can be anywhere. Our role is not restricted to one particular location, and because we have coverage of the ACT, Victoria, Queensland, and South Australia. Wagga was a good location to have the office. I note in relation to the issue of Albury-Wodonga and the issues being more acute there, while they're certainly of a larger size in terms of volume, the complexity of dealing with multiple jurisdictions is made worse when there are very thin service delivery opportunities, and particularly where the best opportunity for service delivery or to access services can come from interstate, and that is particularly prevalent in along the Murray River and also in northwestern New South Wales.
Are there particular difficulties with the border being the Murray River for large segments? Does that create its own anomalies?
Well, the Murray River itself, up until a certain mark on the southern bank, is the responsibility of New South Wales. And while there are certain complexities associated with the management of waterfront land associated with the Murray River, the issues that are associated with the river are no different to other waterways in New South Wales or anywhere else in the Commonwealth. And the issues associated with the border are similarly the same as you would find in other border locations. The presence of the river makes it no different.
Now, just before I get into the more detailed issues, I want to ask you about natural disaster arrangements more generally. You've both identified that part of your role is to identify cross-border issues and then advocate and facilitate their resolution. Mr. McTavish, you've got attached to your statement a number of work lists of issues that you've identified principally in the context of the New South Wales-Queensland Agreement, that's right.
And also the ACT agreement.
And also the ACT, that's right, and I'll come back to those in due course. So, Mr Wilson, you say in your statement at paragraph 9A that all cross-border issues are recorded in a register, which is a table of issues. Do you publish that register, or is that a private, a not published document?
That's not published.
I see. Is there any circumstance in which you publish work lists in the way that New South Wales does, or other issues of significance?
The expectation is that once the MOU is able to be settled between Victoria and New South Wales, that we would then adopt that same practice in relation to that MOU.
So that you would adopt the practice of publishing work lists and work issues that are identified as between the New South Wales and Victorian jurisdictions?
Yes, that's right.
All right. What about between Victoria and South Australia?
Yeah, so at the moment there's no MOU, and we've been prioritising the New South Wales one. I guess that remains an open question with South Australia, but I don't have an answer to that as yet as to what the outlook might be.
All right. Could I show page, we want to go to paragraph 25, which is 0006 and 0007. Here we go. Now, the commissioners may have questions about the first few ones of these, and I'll just have them identified for you. What we see here, commissioners, Mr Wilson has identified for you key examples of his involvement as the Victorian Cross-Border Commissioner in the relief and recovery efforts relating to the 2019-2020 bushfire season. The first one was you lent your advisor to the Tawong Shire to assist with bushfire relief and recovery efforts, and the commissioners have heard some evidence, quite a deal of evidence concerning the relief and recovery efforts in that shire in last week's hearings. Paragraph B, you identify issues in New South Wales residents being turned away from relief centres located in Victoria in border regions, and the Commission also heard evidence about that last week. Paragraph C, I think, is a new issue for the Royal Commission, an issue about children not being able to get to school because buses were not running on one side of the border because of road closures in Victoria.
Yep.
You make the point that it was able to be resolved within about a day of it being raised with you. Do you know if it had been raised with anyone else before that?
I don't know if it had been raised in the delegate area. It was raised with me at a point of contact with the association, and really because there had been, and in a way still is, a more underlying issue relating to school buses in that area, I already knew the players. And so we were able to connect them very quickly for this particular situation.
I see. Are there schools on each side of the border, or is there a school community on the other side? But it's feeder, or it's
feeder buses. So,
I see.
Yeah, the Victorian side children in that northern part of East Gippsland, they attend school in New South Wales, and they do that with buses that are contracted by Victoria to take them up. And with the road closures, those buses necessarily couldn't run. And so rather than having parents having to do all the ferrying back and forth twice a day, we were able to find an arrangement where the Victorian children could, if you like, hitch a ride on the New South Wales bus, so that the distance the parents were having to take them was a little shorter.
All right. If we just go to the next page, D, again, more issues raised in delegate, which you just mentioned. E, you then say a need to explicitly recognise and accommodate the cross-border nature of such fires. Why do you mention that as being something that you identified?
Yeah, so this goes into this was a meeting in late February, so this was when we're moving into recovery phase, and so I met with the chairperson of Bushfire Recovery Victoria, partly to just relate the various matters that I'd heard through the journey, cross-border matters arising from the fires, but also because of the role of Bushfire Recovery Victoria, I was keen just to make that experience known to Ken Lay, and also to encourage him to capture into his input into the way Bushfire Recovery Victoria worked, to the extent possible, to try and capture the cross-border nature of the recovery task, at least in some areas. It obviously doesn't apply everywhere, but certainly the Upper Murray and certain parts of East Gippsland, just keen to make sure that their operating protocols captured that.
The second aspect of the recommendation was that Bushfire Recovery Victoria coordinate engagement and recovery plans with New South Wales and or the Commonwealth where possible and appropriate. That's a recommendation you made?
That's right, yes.
You said you met with Bushfire Recovery Victoria chairperson in February 2020. Have you done any follow-up on that? Just know whether or not that's been...
Yeah, so in fact, I also offered myself to the two municipal recovery committees, and then they took up that offer. So that's through BRV, the Bushfire Recovery Victoria. So I've taken part in both of those recovery committees and continue to take part in those recovery committees. And that's principally to just, again, be an advocate for the cross-border elements that need to be raised. The pleasing part of that experience is that the committees, they often have, and some of their subcommittees will often have cross-border membership, and you can already see that it's quite a normal part of their conversation now to factor in that cross-border thinking, which so in a practical sense, we're at a point where I don't have to actually do a lot of advocacy anymore.
I see. You also say you had a similar conversation, by which I take it you mean you made recommendations to the Commonwealth's National Bushfire Recovery Agency?
Yeah, so I received a call from a staff member there just wanting to touch base on they'd heard about my role and just wanted to touch base on what I'd picked up. But it was mainly just to, again, talk about the fact that cross-border coordination would be a positive experience for people affected, and that they could also play a role in doing that. And that could be just practical things, like because often if you're in the Upper Murray in certain areas, that when you pull together a community group, it is automatically people from both sides of the border. So as a courtesy to those people, the idea was we'll meet them once and have three agencies, for example, meet them once rather than call them to three separate meetings, which might, from their view, in fact, be the same meeting 3 times over. So sometimes it's just little courtesies like that.
Right.
More meaningfully, it's then more about saying, well, okay, if we're looking at infrastructure or we're looking at programs to support, can we coordinate them as best we can?
All right. Mr McTavish, I might just go back to you in relation to those examples that Mr Wilson's given. One of the matters he did was he lent one of his staff members to the relief and recovery effort, although I note you previously worked with the Towong Shire Council. Mr McTavish, did you lend out any members of your staff, or was there no need?
No, we were involved in the setting up of the recovery committee in Southeast New South Wales, that is. And we briefed the recovery committee on its inception of the need to include cross-border matters as part of what they need to consider. Fortunately, the local governments that were impacted have a very good relationship regionally, and we're able to incorporate that quite readily. We also had a very good working relationship with the ACT government through work that had been done through the cross-border MOU with them. And on top of that, we've got a good working relationship with the recovery coordinators in various parts of the state, including those that have been recently engaged by the Department of Primary Industries for agricultural land users. But we also engaged with the Victorian Cross-Border Commissioner's Office, and Luke in particular, to provide advice and feedback on where we were picking up issues, particularly on that Western Fall country, so in the Snowy Valleys and in Greater Hume. So that was a particular focus where there perhaps was less capacity from a government agency point of view when compared to the Eastern Fall country.
Were you aware of New South Wales residents being turned away from relief centres in Victoria?
Yes, and Luke and I had a conversation on the day that we became aware of that.
All right. I'll go back to you now, Mr. Wilson. I want to just take you both through some issues that you've identified, and ask you to what extent they're cross-border anomalies and what's being done, at least from your urgings, to see if they can be rectified ahead of the next fire season. If we go to 0011 and paragraph 38B, Roman 2. You make mention there, Mr. Wilson, about emergency information apps, and you note that at present New South Wales and Victoria operate different apps for the provision of emergency information. You note that fires crossed state borders at the recent fire season and community members had to use two different apps. You also noted that they're not consistent in the symbols, and they also have to use other apps for road closures. I think you also make a point elsewhere that the two apps use different icons for the same task. To what extent has your office and Mr. McTavish, your office, sought to try to resolve that issue at least ahead of the next fire season?
Yeah, so that experience I've elevated or escalated through to the agencies responsible for that in Victoria. And my understanding from that, it's a known issue. It wasn't the first time it had been heard of. And I also understand it's been, at least the icon part anyway, had been part of the conversation amongst agencies nationally. But at the moment, and because certainly in the Victorian side, the Victorian inquiry into the bushfires by the Inspector General was announced quite early in the piece. And so a lot of this information has really just been furnished into that process. Because as I say elsewhere in my evidence, when there is a vehicle for that, a framework or a process, then the most appropriate thing for me to do is to furnish information into that, and also to encourage the people who are raising it with me to themselves furnish that information directly.
Given where you live, did you have personal experience of using these apps?
Yes, I did. I was, in fact, I was busily looking at both the emergency app and the fires, New South Wales Fire app, and also the traffic apps, because at a certain point we had been intending to head to the south coast of New South Wales, so I was trying to track it myself to see what the pathways looked like. Obviously, at a certain point, that option wasn't relevant anyway, but I certainly personally had to navigate 4 of them and found it quite a challenge at times.
I see. In New South Wales, Mr. McTavish, you were aware of that issue? Was that a known issue from the New South Wales side of the border coming into the 2020 fire season?
It certainly is, and a substantial amount of work has been done between New South Wales and Queensland, and New South Wales and the ACT underneath the activity with the cross-border MOUs. And if you look at the ACT example, for example, in this instance, the information that was carried by both ESA and RFS was identical, and there is good alignment of activity there. This is one area that is a substantial opportunity to resolve through a number of mechanisms, not the least of which is when we finalise the cross-border MOU between New South Wales and Victoria.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he's referring to. That's the Queensland work plan.
I was talking about the ACT one. I'll return to that in a moment. A related question, page 12, paragraph 38B, the public availability of emergency information regarding cross-border fire events. The same fire event being described differently by New South Wales and Victorian Fire Service representatives in radio broadcasts. Is that something that came to your attention during the course of the fire season and the confusion that was causing residents and occupants of border regions, Mr. Wilson?
That's correct. Yeah, and in fact, I was also personally a consumer of that information. So the radio, whether ABC or in this area 2AY, and possibly some community stations too, were carrying the advice and the updates from each state, which is quite reasonable. But it was noted to me, and I noted myself that because the descriptions were what's happening on each side, and sometimes they would be characterised differently.
Having had that personal experience for both those both the apps and also hearing that sort of radio and other information messages, did you get a sense of the time that somebody forgot to ask the board a question?
I probably didn't quite frame it as asking the board a question, but it was more, I certainly did, on my side, I escalated a query into the emergency system just to check was that being coordinated from either side, because I obviously didn't know whether it was or not, or to what extent it was, so I just posed that question at the time.
And just going over the page, just nearing the end of your statement, Roman 4, talk about this is an issue and a potential area for improvement concerning cross-border issues. Roman 4, you say, when directing residents or occupants of border communities to particular radio stations for state-specific emergency information relevant to their circumstances, and you say it should not be assumed that those residents or occupants have access or reliable access to the radio station that is located in their home state. And you give the example in the north of Far East Gippsland and Victoria, some residents are unable to receive or receive reliably the ABC Gippsland Victoria signal, but they are able to receive the ABC Bega New South Wales signal. Is that an example of a sort of a cross-border anomaly becoming acute in the context of emergency management? Natural disaster?
Potentially so. Yeah, so the characterisation, that was from some residents up in that area, so the Victorian area south of Delegate, that this was the situation for them, that one station was providing the New South Wales advice, which is what they would expect, but they conveyed to me that the advice to them was to use the Gippsland signal to pick up the Victorian information, excepting they were in a location where they couldn't get the Gippsland signal, or at least couldn't get it reliably. So to the extent that people might be assuming that you can access both, obviously it doesn't stand up if in fact you can't.
Mr McTavish, I'll come back to you. Are you aware of similar such communication signal anomalies or issues in your role?
Yes, and it's a known issue in a number of locations in border areas of New South Wales. It was a particular issue that had come up with the ACT, for example, where much of the coverage there from an emergency broadcaster point of view comes from 666 in Canberra. And we've been quite successful in making sure that the information that's carried on 666 is relevant for both ACT and New South Wales residents. In relation to ABC South East and ABC Gippsland, there's obviously some opportunity there to make sure that there is appropriate carriage of information for both jurisdictions there. There may be less opportunity with some of those community radios or with commercial providers, where particularly the commercial providers after hours or when the tempo of operations is reduced, they often revert back to programming from the centre, so that may be Sydney or Melbourne, and that local touch may be difficult to achieve.
Are there any such communication signal anomalies on the Queensland-New South Wales border? Conscious of the centres on the Tweed River and just south of Coolangatta?
Yeah, much of the ABC radio coverage, for example, in far north of New South Wales is through ABC Gold Coast, and further west it may come out of the Downs. But I think they're the issues that were far less acute. They may be more problematic in future events where the impact is more substantial. For example, if there's a more substantial flood or storm event between Gold Coast and northern New South Wales. But in previous flooding events, that's been reasonably well managed by the respective agencies, New South Wales and Queensland. I note that when it comes to activity in far west New South Wales and far west Queensland, there is fewer issues because the level of understanding of those broadcasters is quite high, and they know the audience quite well. Similarly, in far southwest New South Wales and northwest Victoria, much of the coverage there is out of ABC Radio in Mildura, and they're acutely aware of that.
The issue of communications on that Queensland-New South Wales border, was that one of the issues that was identified as a priority issue in your work list under the previous MOU?
Yes, it has been, and similarly with the ACT. And in the ACT, we actually conducted a trial which was called the Single Point of Truth trial, which incorporated those media feeds and the messaging through various agency websites and mobile phone applications, and that was quite successful and has been incorporated in their business.
Would there be difficulties in doing a similar thing for the southern border between New South Wales and Victoria?
Every community has their own unique requirements, but I think that's something which can be explored through some future work under agency activity or through that cross-border agreement between New South Wales and Victoria. I would note that there are different parts where people will choose to access a station which may be from further afield, and having, for example, some people may have a preference to listen to ABC Radio in Sydney, and it may not be relevant for them to be carrying particular information for their location from a station which is ostensibly to service a metropolitan area.
I want to ask some issues now about electricity supply, to the extent either of you are able to assist the Commission with any feedback or examples that you have come to your attention in your role, particularly in the most recent fire season. Mr Wilson, I might start with you. On the New South Wales Victorian border, are there some examples that you're aware of about electricity supply in the context of the fire season?
There were a couple of situations mentioned. So one which was really in the recovery phase, I guess, about a power supply in northern East Gippsland that crossed the border, and there was a complication that as to who could in fact conduct the works to reinstate the supply. Now that was presented to me after the fact; it had been resolved, so that was noted. But also, I don't have a depth of knowledge, but it's been noted, and I think publicly noted, that there's a supply connection across at Walwa, and that some issues are raised there. The main example that touches on emergency management that I've come across actually with the South Australian border, rather than the New South Wales border, so I can describe that further if you would like.
Yeah, I'll come to that in just a moment. We'll just stick with the New South Wales border for the moment, given I've got Mr McTavish here. Mr McTavish, are you aware of issues about who gets to repair what on either side of the border? If there's some kind of electricity transmission or electricity distribution issue?
Like Luke, I was made aware of the issue in relation to that one site after the event. I know that the respective functional area coordinators in New South Wales and other jurisdictions do collaborate quite closely in relation to the provision of utilities, and there's some previous experience that I was involved with around gas supplies between Albury and Wodonga. I'm not aware that this was a particular issue which required my intervention during this event on any of our borders.
All right. Mr Wilson, I'll go back to you in relation to that South Australian-Victorian border issue. I understand that there are some issues in relation to electricity supply in the southwestern Victoria near the border with South Australia, and I understand that there's been, you've made some representations in respect of that. Is that right?
Yeah, so the power supply into the township of Nelson, which is in the far southwest corner, that supply comes from South Australia, so and it's not otherwise connected into Victoria's system. And there is a power supply reliability problem, which also then has a consequential effect on the mobile phone service. It's not only an emergency management issue, it's about the power supply every day of the year, really, and sort of was raised with me more in that broader context. But there are a number of elements to it, different companies, it's privately owned infrastructure, there's state interest, there's a federal regulator, so it's mapping it out's a little complicated. But as it happens, the economic regulator, the Australian Energy Regulator, was doing a determination in relation to the South Australian distribution system, and the question of the upgrade of the South Australian part of that line happened to be a live question, so I made a representation to that regulator in respect of that.
I see. You've made a representation. I think we've been provided with some correspondence from you to the regulator dated 9 January 2020. Are there other occasions in which you've written in this sort of fashion to other Commonwealth or state regulators?
No, that was the first occasion and still the only occasion where it just happened to be an open window for that sort of representation.
I see. Just while we're on the Victorian South Australian border, we had some evidence in an earlier hearing from a representative of HVP Plantations, and we heard a little bit about what's called the Green Triangle, which is some kind of a cooperation arrangement in relation to emergency services and fire services and other matters in relation to protecting or defending those plantation investments. To what extent is that an issue that you were engaged in during the 2019-2020 bushfire season?
I did have some issues raised with me, I guess technically just before the season or at the start of the season, so not in relation to fires themselves, but it was noted to me that there were some issues about the connectivity, some of the equipment, of some of the accreditation that was required by the brigades, particularly for the plantation companies. They were suggesting that they needed double accreditation to operate on both sides, and also some characterisation about the nature of the exercising that they do together to practice. And it wasn't about the absence of exercising, it was more about their suggestion of whether the nature of it was sufficient. And so, again, as my usual practice, I picked those up and escalated those through to the accountable agencies.
Is that accountable agencies just in Victoria or also in South Australia?
In that case, it was just to the Victorian side on that one, because they were private companies who were raising those matters, so they were able to take it up on the other side.
Right, could I ask you both to comment on police and ambulance services? Are there any issues there at the border and any initiatives to overcome them if there are such problems, to your knowledge? Might start with you, Mr. Wilson.
Look, there have been some comments around the some of the operating arrangements. And those agencies do have operating arrangements that between each other. There was very early in my term as Commissioner, there was a situation up in the Swan Hill area that was brought to my attention, which was about there's a situation on the New South Wales side that required a police call out. But I think it turned out in that case that the arrangements that the agencies had were still reasonably sound. It's just each situation has its own peculiarities and particulars. So that's probably the most, if I can use that term, the most acute example that was raised with me early on.
Is that an issue of training, consistency of training on both sides of the border?
Yeah. And also the refreshing of that training, I think, so there is training done for officers of each side to be able to do certain things on the other side. But I think it raised within the service the question of the refresh to keep that training up to date as people change or people get posted into stations. And that was certainly something that the police were aware of. And they mentioned it to me just for my awareness, but one of the things you can say that's with the police and those sort of services, they are very good at capturing these things and debriefing them themselves. They weren't coming to me asking for me to help escalate it so much as to just make me aware of the situation.
What about, to your knowledge, issues in relation to ambulance services in the course of the 2019-2020 bushfire season? Did any of those come to your attention?
I haven't had any of those that I can think of come to me in relation to the bushfire season, no.
All right. Mr McTavish, police or ambulance services, any issues that came to your attention?
Not in relation to the bushfires, with only one case really, and that was the closure of a Victorian centre for evacuation centre at Delegate by a police officer. That was not an issue associated with policy. It was just a lack of understanding of the situation. More generally, though, we've got a substantial number of cross-border arrangements from a policing point of view at the Assistant Commissioner and District Commander / local commander level. And that, particularly with Queensland, has been quite successful in over the last few years. So they now meet very regularly. We've had some initial meetings at that level with Victoria last year, and they were quite successful. And it's hoping that, or it's hoped that we'll be able to expand that to something a little more formal in the way that we have with Queensland in the next 12 months.
I have other matters, but I think I'll just go to this issue. What is the status of the arrangements between New South Wales and Victoria? There's no MOU or documented framework at the moment as between, specifically directed to cross-border issues affecting cross-border communities. Is that right? I see you both nodding.
Yes.
Those negotiations were commenced in early 2019. You say, Mr McTavish, at paragraph 30 of your statement. Do you agree with that, Mr Wilson?
That's correct, yes.
All right. You also say, Mr Wilson, that once it's executed, it is expected that interjurisdictional committees will be formed between New South Wales and Victoria. What kinds of committees are you talking about there?
It's really an arrangement mirroring, I think, the way New South Wales operates with their other two MOUs. So as a reference to say that once that's in place, under the MOU, there's a degree of governance that comes into place around that.
Yes.
Whereas at the moment, in the absence of the MOU, we're having to operate in a different manner.
All right. I might just take the Commissioners to that. Mr McTavish's statement at paragraph 36, that's NCB 001 001 0006. These are some of the committee structures that Mr McTavish identifies in his statement. Paragraph 36. Now, New South Wales Queensland Cross-Border Liaison Committee, is that one of that committee still going even though the MOU has lapsed with Queensland, Mr McTavish?
Yeah, that's correct. While the MOU is currently being refreshed, all of the activity that had previously been commenced under that agreement is ongoing.
All right. So that committee's still meeting, is it?
Yes.
All right. The ACT New South Wales Emergency Services Cross-Border Working Group, that's still active, is it?
Yes, so all of those committees that I mentioned there are continuing. And indeed, the regional emergency management committees are required under the New South Wales State Emergency and Rescue Management Act to continue and under M-Plan.
All right. We can also see a tri-state working group, which is New South Wales, Queensland and South Australia. What's that?
Yes.
We haven't heard anything about that yet. What's that?
So that's a multi-agency working group that deals with the particular issues of remote communities. So the focus there is far west New South Wales, northern South Australia and far southwest Queensland. And they meet on an annual basis to discuss a range of issues in the emergency management framework and also issues associated with policing, ambulance and rescue.
All right. Is anything like that proposed, to your knowledge, that would include Victoria and the far west of Victoria?
There are a number of committees that exist between New South Wales and Victoria that I have no involvement with, and they include an Upper Murray RFS and CFA committee, a Eastern Cross-Border Committee, which is another committee between RFS and CFA, and there's also a tri-state working group in the southwest of New South Wales, which incorporates New South Wales, Victoria and South Australian emergency services and ambulance as well.
So, Mr. Wilson, are those the kinds of committees you were referring to when we say interjurisdictional committees that will be formed between New South Wales and Victoria if and when the MOU is signed?
That's correct. Yep.
And is it anticipated that both you and Mr. McTavish will be participants in those committees?
I think the expectation is any committee formed under the MOU we would be members of or involved in.
Mr. McTavish, emergency services interoperability is expressly included in the work list for the ACT and Queensland, and is also noted as being part of the cross-border working groups, such as the Border Liaison Committee with Queensland, and you mentioned that at paragraph 47C. How important has that work been to your experience in preparing for the 2019-2020 bushfire season?
Well, I think there's been a couple of catalysts associated with that work with Queensland, one of which was the Commonwealth Games in 2018, where a substantial amount of work was done in advance of the Com Games to refresh those interjurisdictional agreements. But there was also, through that Border Liaison Committee, a very strong working relationship between the agencies in advance of the 1925 season. And that committee was expanded about 2.5 years ago to include New South Wales and Queensland SES, as well as ambulance services and police. So that's now a much more substantial committee which actually looks at the coordination of a broader range of hazards. With the work that was done in the Commonwealth Games, a number of deficiencies were also identified in that coordination space. And so as a result of that, there was a series of exercises conducted in advance of the Games and after the Games as well, which allowed for revised plans to be tested. And that piece of work also looked at the communications interoperability piece, particularly relating to the government radio network and the government-wide network interoperability piece.
We could go down to paragraph D. You mentioned there local cross-border resource sharing, dispatching and response. I take it from where you say here I advocated for the revision of MOU and mutual aid agreements to incorporate further cooperation and to reflect extant resource availability. Now, this is resource sharing, dispatch and response in the context of emergency management, is that right?
Emergency management and rescue.
And rescue, I see. And when you say you advocated for that to be included in the revision of the MOU, is that the current revision that's being negotiated between Queensland and New South Wales, or do you mean the earlier versions of the MOU in 2016?
The earlier versions in advance of most of those agreements were refreshed in the lead up to the Com Games in 2018 and occurred as a result of inclusion in the work list and as a result of the imperative to resolve those issues in advance of the Com Games commencing. Right. But there's also the local arrangements which quite often need to be refreshed on a more regular basis simply because of resource availability changing over time. But the relationship between the respective zones or districts. Those will be particularly between New South Wales and Queensland, and New South Wales and the ACT is very strong. And through those border committees with Victoria, the zone managers and zone officers in particular have a very good working relationship on a day-to-day basis.
And paragraph 47F, we can have that one shown. Another matter you raise, access to support during recovery. You say there that the OCBC is awaiting findings of the New South Wales bushfire inquiry before any further action is taken. Can I ask you why? Why wait?
Well, there's a couple of reasons why we're waiting for that bushfire inquiry. Is because when it comes to amending the policy associated with recovery, it's best to do it holistically rather than to be picking at the sides. The second piece there is that the information that we've got in some instances is anecdotal, and there may be circumstances of which we're unaware. And I think that there's also the risk that if we revisit these issues time and again, then we're actually going to diminish any efficacy that we may have. So we're providing input into that bushfire inquiry. We're meeting with them reasonably regularly, and we're providing advice. Once that report is tabled, which is later this year, we're hoping that there will be some opportunities for us to include our activity or that activity in our work lists with all of those jurisdictions with whom we have an agreement.
I see. Mr McTavish, I just want to clarify something you said a moment ago in relation to the meeting of the New South Wales-Queensland Border Liaison Committee. Can we have paragraph 72 shown? It may be that I misread and misunderstood this paragraph, and I just want to, in light of what you've just said in your evidence, clarify it one way or the other. You're speaking there about the New South Wales-Queensland Border Liaison Committee, and I think the question I had asked you was, are they all still meeting, all of those committees, including this one? You say here, I last attended this meeting in early 2019. I've not attended recent meetings and understand that the meeting in late 2019 was cancelled due to operational activity. The meeting scheduled to take place in the first half of the year, which I take to mean 2020, was postponed, and the next meeting would ordinarily occur in September. So are you suggesting there has been some meeting at some point this year, but you didn't attend it?
I should have clarified that. The committee still exists. The last two meetings, I understand, have been cancelled. My attendance on those committees is ad hoc and when requested. But that's my understanding of the circumstance. But the committee still exists, and I understand still has an intention to meet later this year.
Now, the practice under the Queensland New South Wales arrangements was for there to be an annual statement of a work list and then a report on that work list on an annual basis. That's right?
Yes, that's correct.
You've attached to your statement the most recent work list, which was for the 2018-2019 period. You say in your statement at paragraph 70 that the 2018-19 annual report is being finalised and subject to approval and will be publicly released. Do you have any update to the Commissioners as to when that's expected?
We're in the process now of finalising that work with Queensland, and we're hoping to have that endorsed by both Queensland and New South Wales by August.
One of the items in the work list and one of the matters that you refer to as having been done prior to the 2019-2020 fire season under that MOU arrangement was a range of multi-agency cross-border emergency management exercises for flooding and storms. Do you know if any were done for fires?
I'm not aware of one that was specifically related to fire, no.
All right. And I think some of the other matters you identify, these are in paragraph 71 of your statement, a number of matters that were done in the 12 months prior to the 2020 fire season, the last of which is commencement of formal integration and linkage of the GRN and GWN systems. That's the government radio network and the government wireless network?
Yes, that's correct.
Now,
Queensland systems.
We don't have in your statement partly because we don't have that report. It hasn't been published yet, and you don't address it in your statement. To what extent is that particular issue has been advanced since the 2019-2020 bushfire season, to your knowledge?
Well, people can roam between both the GRN and GWN now. So the issue of being able to access those networks has been resolved. I'm unaware of where the New South Wales Telco Authority sits in relation to the formal back-end integration of those systems, but you can roam between the respective channels now.
Operator, could you go to page 0009 and identify paragraph 49? So both Mr Wilson and Mr McTavish, this is in Mr McTavish's statement where he identified issues raised in relation to the 2019-2020 bushfire season. If one goes through that list, Mr McTavish, one can see at least 8 issues that concern Victoria. The first is interoperability of various communication systems. Is that a matter that has been, so to speak, on the work list between you and Mr Wilson?
That is one piece that we will certainly include in the negotiations there. There's a couple of pieces in relation to that, and that includes both the GRN and PMR systems from a New South Wales perspective.
All right. The second matter is media coverage and provision of public information. Is that something that's in effect on the work list between you and Mr Wilson?
That's as I discussed previously, and it also is in relation to making sure that the public information functional area coordinators are working together to deliver a product which is tailored to that border environment.
Another issue, access to evacuation centres, Victorian border. We've heard a little bit about that in both of your evidence so far.
Yeah, and look, there is at the moment there's no reason why people shouldn't be able to access those facilities interstate, but we're keen to make sure that there is more formal arrangements put in place and that those arrangements are represented in the appropriate plans for each location. And I know that there was some evidence last week in relation to making sure that is included in future planning activity. We also need to be cognizant here that for some people it is going to be better for them to access services at a larger evacuation centre, and that may not be the closest. So we just need to make sure that we integrate that with both New South Wales and Victorian welfare agents.
Next issue, availability of information on support for interstate residents, again on the Victorian border.
And that's a similar issue to what we discussed previously as well. We need to make sure that for programs that are delivered for New South Wales residents that there's appropriate information available in Victoria, for example. So if they attend a centre to get support in Victoria or vice versa, that there's information available for them rather than them having to go to another centre or to look elsewhere for that information.
I think we've canvassed this, but differences between online and mobile phone emergency information was an issue raised in the 2019-2020 bushfire season. Is that something on the work list between you and Mr Wilson for upcoming seasons?
It certainly will be, and we've had some very strong feedback in relation to that, particularly strong feedback as well about issues associated with the representation of the border fire on New South Wales sites.
Access to road closure information. Is that something you're progressing? It says all borders here. Do we take it that that's something that will be progressed in the course of the year?
It is, and there is specific inclusions in both the ACT and Queensland agreements in previous iterations and in the new agreement with Queensland around that issue. It's made more complex by issues associated with local road closures, that is, roads that are the responsibility of local government, and how you represent that information on applications in a timely and meaningful manner, particularly when you've got a very dynamic situation where fire may be moving or floods may be moving for that matter in a very rapidly changing manner.
whilst that one was for all borders, you next listed reopening of major roads from interstate and just nominate Victoria. Was that the only bordering state with which you had trouble or issues were identified from in the 2019-2020 bushfire season?
There were particular issues raised with us about the reopening of the Princes Highway and the timeliness of that reopening. There was a different approach taken by road management agencies in New South Wales and Victoria about reopening the Princes Highway, and for New South Wales it was open relatively quickly, and for Victoria it had an extended closure. But that meant that some people would not be able to, or weren't able to access services, or they weren't able to take, in one instance, their dairy produce to be processed, and that resulted in a quite circuitous route through inland New South Wales and Victoria. I'd note, though, that is something which has been discussed with the various road management agencies, and there is, I understand, some further work underway in relation to that.
And finally, approaches to hazard reduction and land management practices. You don't give detail as to how that is an issue.
There's a couple of issues to consider there. One is in relation to hazard reduction practices and policies in different jurisdictions, particularly related to public lands. And the other part in that relates to a differing approach between different local government areas on their management of fuel loads, particularly on the road side.
Mr. Wilson, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to that paragraph. The first thing I want to do is, in terms of the issues being identified as between New South Wales and Victoria as border issues or common issues, do you agree with that list?
Yeah, the list, or the ones where Victoria's called out,
yep.
There are at least items that I do recognise.
All right. And in terms of those, are there any that are new to you?
Look, in terms of my role, the question around approaches to hazard reduction, it's one that I'm aware of, but it's not perhaps been raised directly with me.
I see.
By border residents on my side. I'm certainly aware it's been raised by many people in many forums.
Right. And are all of these issues, as far as you're concerned, issues, so to speak, on your work list for the coming year?
They would be, and under the MOU, there'd be a formalised list would be framed, and these would all be candidates. The only proviso I'd say is that if the state, for example, the state inquiries are likely to pick up on these, and if as a result of that there are processes in place to manage them, it then becomes a practical question of, do they take a spot on our list, or are they already under management elsewhere? But we're obviously not in a position to make that judgment yet.
Do you both recognise these as being challenges for cross-border communities going into the next fire season, if left unresolved?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Yes.
One last matter. To your knowledge and your experience, what challenges have or are cross-border communities facing to prepare for the next fire season in light of COVID-19?
Well, I think for some of the more remote areas, it's that issue of the various restrictions and limitations that apply as a result of COVID. Slow down, if you like, some of the service delivery, or just make it, it just has to change. Perhaps it makes it more complicated. I don't think it's the matters that I get to see through those recovery committees. It hasn't stopped those things, but it has just added a layer of complication sometimes to some of the work or practices that need to be pursued.
Mr. McTavish?
I agree with what Luke said. Both Luke and I sit on a number of committees associated with the National Coordination Mechanism for COVID-19 response, and that includes issues associated with supply chain and resource availability. I'd note that Luke's comment that it hasn't impacted on the pace of on the pace of activities is certainly valid. The issue, I suppose, is the level of resilience that remains in some of these communities after drought, after fire, and now the impact of COVID, particularly in the availability of employment for some people in some of these communities.
Commissioners?
No, thank you. That was good. I've got a question too.
Sorry, I thought you've concluded.
No, not yet. Sorry, just having an inter-commissioner issue here. Mr. McTavish, just a question, and we talk about all the agreements and the like. I'm just interested in resolving the border question, which I think Mr. Wilson put up in his statement. How many agreements, MOUs, frameworks, or whatever at the various levels are you aware of across the various borders and jurisdictions to get around the jurisdictional issues? And how many are you responsible for looking over?
There would be many hundreds of agreements between New South Wales and neighbouring states and the ACT. And there'd be many hundreds of agreements, I'd suggest, between New South Wales and the Commonwealth, particularly relating to service delivery and funding. Of those agreements, the only agreements for which I have responsibility are the Queensland Statement of Principles and Priorities for Cross-Border Collaboration and the ACT New South Wales MOU for regional collaboration. Under a cabinet decision from New South Wales in 2016, I'm also responsible for the negotiation of the revision of those agreements and for the negotiation of annual work lists.
Okay, and then just one extra question, and I'll go to Commissioner Bennett, and I'll ask both of you, is the biggest impediment to answering the border question legislation or legislative or policy?
I think that there are a number of elements to this. First of all is that by the nature of the Federation, states and territories will continue to be combative in certain areas and collaborative in others. And for most of the issues that Luke and I deal with, they're well-known legacy issues that have resulted from well-meaning people not considering that border question, or where there's been a deliberate decision to take a state-by-state view. A lot of it is rooted in policy, but it's reinforced in legislation and in the practice of individuals and people. Quite often, the practice issue is more substantial than the policy, regulatory or legislative issue.
So you'd say in the interpretation of policy or legislation would be as much an issue as the policies themselves, for example?
Indeed, and there's also a fair bit of mythology around some of the policies as well, where people interpret it one way, they get told to interpret it in a certain manner, or they've heard that that's what the issue is, as opposed to going back to the policy or the legislation or the regulation.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer. Mr. Wilson, anything to answer to or add to that?
I think I'd say I certainly agree, and that the experience of anomalies being the creation of practice is far more prevalent than going back to specific regulations or legislation. And as James says, it is very common when we dig back into an issue to find that the rule that it's often blamed on is unable to be found.
I think I've been there. Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Bennett.
Thanks, Chair. The only thing before, I thought when you were starting that you were going to close the thing down, so I was just I had a couple of questions I wanted to ask. I'm trying to get an understanding of how it actually works in practice with what your roles are and what chance you get to effect what it is you see as, give effect to what you see as the problem and the outcomes. And this is quite a good document to put up there, because my first question was going to be, what did you see as the three major difficulties arising out of the bushfires? And I think, in fact, from what Mr. Wilson, you actually yourself stated some of these very same issues that are, they're obvious issues to some degree in a cross-border context, that were enumerated by Mr McTavish in paragraph 49. So, Mr Wilson, from what I understood that you said was, you get to identify, you hear about these issues either because people in the cross-border regions, on the Victorian side will tell you about them, and you said that you're an advocate and you can send it up the line to the agencies. So the question I have really is, to what extent, A, do you get to monitor the outcomes, but more importantly, interfere, if I can call it that, with the agencies that to whom you've referred these matters? I'm going to come the same to Mr McTavish, but I have an extra question for Mr McTavish because of something that he's been saying in his evidence. But if you could give me that answer first, I'd be very grateful.
Yes, so I, with any issue, as I say in my evidence, everything is referred and reported, but I can certainly then personally pursue that issue into the agencies.
You can make a nuisance of yourself.
Effectively, hopefully a constructive nuisance, but
you don't have operational oversight into what is happening, or ability to interfere in that in how or what is changed or done to give effect to the problems that you've raised.
Yeah, not in a direct sense. I will going forward have the capacity, particularly under an MOU, there will be reporting, as you see with the New South Wales ones, about what's been happening. But there is also, and I think this is a positive, we do find, because these anomalies are not created out of acts of malice, we hope not, they're perhaps acts of omission, you can actually constructively engage the goodwill of the agencies involved. And one of the practices we do is we get those people to meet directly with affected people. Because when you engage that goodwill constructively, you often find that people in those agencies actually just want to go and fix them.
Okay, thank you.
So to the extent we can, we're trying to do it in a positive manner, not sort of more a negative manner.
No, I understand that. Thank you, Mr McTavish. I had a slightly different vibe from you, so I just want to know if I'm right or wrong, and it may be because you've actually got MOUs in hand, if I can call it that. So, mind you, the MOUs, when I look at them, there are some specific entries. I didn't see, they're very general, as you would expect, and of course not legally binding, and everyone's got the right to make their own decisions, but I understand that they can have a certain force. There aren't many entries in them that deliberately address what I would call these sorts of issues in your paragraph 49. They're not specifically enumerated as far as I had a quick look in the ACT or the Queensland MOU. Does that?
That's right.
Okay, but that doesn't seem, from what you've said, to prevent you from utilising the MOU in relation, let's say, to the paragraph 49 issues. Is that right?
That is correct. And the agreements that we have with the ACT and Queensland are constructed in a way that you have a top-level agreement which is full of the priorities and intent. And sitting below that is an annually negotiated work list, which goes into those tighter issues that we're talking about here.
Now,
and those issues can run to, I think with the last 18-19 work list with Queensland, for example, there was a little under 90 projects underway through that work list.
Okay, with that work list, do you get oversight or direct action into the fulfilling of those work lists in your role as the cross-border commissioner, or is it more like Mr Wilson, where you sit back and watch what the agencies do and advocate just advocate for what you see as an appropriate resolution? Or do you actually, because you've got an MOU in hand, get a chance to be more operationally involved, if I can call it that?
The negotiation of the annual work lists is an iterative process, whereby I go out with my office, a range of stakeholders in both New South Wales and Queensland for that agreement, for example. And that includes stakeholders from agencies, agency executives, people in local communities, communities, local government, and other people in the community, from business, for example. We sort of scoop up a range of issues, and then we go through a process of negotiation within New South Wales of what's important, what's achievable, and what we should set aside for this year or for longer in some cases. We then exchange notes with our colleagues in the Queensland Department of Premier and Cabinet. We then agree what's in and what's out, and then we go back to our respective agencies and regional stakeholders to check that what is included remains valid, and then we'll have those work lists endorsed. For us, it is certainly an agreement and a work list which is mutually agreeable. But that said, there are some issues there which are difficult and which for which alignment is going to be quite hard to achieve.
But is it?
And an example.
Sorry. You're going to give an example.
An example there might be the regulation of rideshare and taxi services, for example.
Okay, but is it fair to say then, just listening to this, that because there's an MOU in place, you, in your role as the Cross-Border Commissioner, have more of a direct input and oversight of the resolution of the issues that are being, or the identification and resolution of the issues that have been so identified, whereas without an MOU, and I'm looking at both of you, it's more of an indirect advocacy of what should be done. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, it is. The MOU puts governance and accountability in play, whereas if it's a matter of dealing with individual issues where without that governance and accountability framework sitting on top of it, then you have the first of all, the issue of efficiency in terms of getting issues resolved agency by agency. And secondly, it's the issue of authority. Agencies are less inclined to deal with somebody with less authority, even if there is an imperative to resolve issues.
And so you in effect have authority by reason of the MOU, because it's not your MOU, but it's sort of your you have a major role in the formation of and implementation of the MOU.
That's right, and the MOU between First Ministers has quite a deal of authority.
I see. Thank you. Mr. Wilson, do you want to add anything to that?
Just to agree that an MOU signed by two premiers certainly carries an authority, and it's, as you say, it's not about an authority of a cross-border commissioner specifically, but it's an authority that these matters do need addressing.
But it also sounds as if some of that authority is relevantly delegated, if I can call it that, in terms of its implementation to the cross-border commissioner.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's very helpful.
Commissioner McIntyre? No. Okay, that was good. Mr. Wilson, Mr. McTavish, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. We appreciate your evidence very much. Ms. Hogan-Doran.
Chair, might Mr. Wilson and Mr. McTavish be excused, not released from their summonses? I would defer that happening until after the determination of the State of Victoria's application for confidentiality and public interest immunity in relation to the documents attached to Mr. Wilson's statement.
So I'm excused today, but we'll maintain them on the summons.
Yes, thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair, Commissioner.
That is all for today, I believe. Yes.
Okay, in that case, we will adjourn until 10 o'clock tomorrow, Canberra time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All rise. The Royal Commission has adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.